यानी जैसे टेस्ला का स्टॉक शॉर्ट है, सेम वे एचडीएफसी बैंक का ह्यूज शॉर्ट पोजीशंस आर देयर ऑफ एफआईआईस, आई प्रिज्यूम. कारा सर बताएंगे उसमें. आई नॉट
पता नहीं यार, एचडीएफसी तो मैंने खुद भी शॉर्ट किया है, एचडीएफसी बैंक. सो but you know, these FIIs normally they have very large quantity of banks. So initially when they started selling, it was all banking stocks. But अभी ज्यादा banking stocks बेच नहीं रहे हैं. I don't know for what reason.
अरे यार ऐसे मत बोलो ना, लोग सोचेंगे कि हम बहुत बायस्ड व्यू दे रहे हैं क्योंकि हमारा पोजीशन है.
अरे it's because to manage the index ना.
Yes.
नहीं, वो आज तो ऑटो की बारी थी. ऑटो 1 to 3% वो गिरे. ओके, तो उसकी वजह से इंडेक्स के ऊपर मिल रहा था प्रेशर, बट बैंक निफ्टी में इतना प्रेशर नहीं था.
हाँ, वो मैं लगा दिया था ना ऑटो सुबह में.
अब आएगा ना, प्रेशर आएगा. अब तो प्रेशर वाले दिन आ रहे हैं.
हाँ बिल्कुल, चालू ही नहीं हुआ है, बेयर मार्केट बोल रहे बॉटम लग गया. क्या बताया.
पहले अगर वैसे देखें तो सारा कचरा तोड़ा, जो गंदे स्टॉक थे सब वो तोड़े. ब्लू चिप्स की भी बारी आएगी. नंबर तो सबका आना ही है, कब तक छुपा सकते हैं.
और आज अभी धनलक्ष्मी बैंक का न्यूज आ रहा है. ओके, धनलक्ष्मी बैंक का बोर्ड मीटिंग है 12 जून को. द माइनॉरिटी शेयर होल्डर्स हैव said to RBI to call upon a meeting in view of the extra expenses the bank is doing. और उसके सामने NPA भी बहुत ज्यादा हो गया है और expenses इतने बढ़ गए हैं. they are also expanding by branch network also. तो something new will happen in Dhanlakshmi Bank. 12th जून को मीटिंग है, बोर्ड मीटिंग. सुचेता दलाल का ट्वीट है, यू कैन सी ऑन द ट्विटर ऑल्सो. सुचेता दलाल. सर कहाँ है अभी? शरद सर, अभिषेक फोन किया आपने? अभिषेक, मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो.
He might be calling Sharad sir.
अच्छा, ओके. यस अंकित जी, बोलिए. या कारा सर, आप कुछ बोल रहे थे?
Yeah, see, my take on the market, you know, इसको या मंदी बोलो या बुल की बुल्ली बोलो, जो भी बोलो, ठीक है. आपका सेटअप अगर बोल रहा है कि शॉर्ट करना है तो शॉर्ट करो. आपका सेटअप बोल रहा है शॉर्ट नहीं करना तो मत करो. आपको लग रहा है stocks are undervalued and you need to buy, or they are fairly valued and you need to buy it. But I am not buying Jubilant Food at 120 PE. It's fallen 40%, but actually PE ratio has actually gone up in the past 2 years. पहले 70-80 पे था, अभी 120 पे आ गया.
नहीं,
So the
उसमें
stock has
प्रोडक्ट
fallen.
नहीं,
So
उसमें कारा सर, उसमें प्रोडक्ट के बदले सीईओ कौन आ रहा है, कौन जा रहा है ना, वो अभी हो रहा है. उसके ऊपर प्राइस मूवमेंट होता है. सीईओ रिजाइन्स तो डाउन होता है स्टॉक, सीईओ नहीं आता है तो अप होता है स्टॉक.
yeah, so what I'm saying is those stocks have fallen, their PE ratios are rising. You know, that itself is a red flag that something's not working out. And you know, Domino's Pizza, they have just hiked their rates by 30-40%, and their sales are not going up also.
First of all,
which is another concern.
But why would you even like staying in metro cities like how we do? यहाँ पे तो इतने अच्छे options है which are 10 times better than Domino's, and you're just paying like a marginal cost about that.
नहीं, वहां पर तो क्या है डीजे, द इश्यू इज कि द डिमांड इज स्टेगनेंट इन मेट्रोज. ओके, नाउ इफ वी गो टू सेमी अर्बन एंड रूरल एरियाज, देयर इज लॉट ऑफ लोकल कंपटीशन ओवर देयर. तो ये लोग वहां पर सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। बर्गर किंग है या डोमिनोज है या केएफसी है या मैकडी है, तो एक तो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट बढ़ जाएगा बिकॉज द मैन पावर दे विल नॉट बी गेटिंग, एंड प्लस द सेटअप कॉस्ट विल आल्सो बी यूज बिकॉज ये लोग सब प्री कुक सब मिलता है वहां पर फ्रोजन, तो वहां पर वो प्रॉब्लम रहेगा। कैपिटल इंटेंसिव चीज है इनिशियली।
And these, you go to semi-urban and rural India, they are not exposed to this cheesy taste. ये अर्बन में थोड़ा चल गया because through movies or through cultural exchanges people were familiar with what pizza burgers are. They actually wanted to try it out and all.
नहीं वो
But
क्रेज है, छोटे
हाँ,
छोटे एरियाज में क्रेज है बिकॉज इट्स ए न्यू थिंग फॉर देम, बट
yeah,
एक्चुअली लोकल पर्सन्स हैव ओपन्ड देयर शॉप्स आल्सो इन दैट
yeah.
एरियाज, तो वो है।
But pricing is too expensive.
वो तो रहेगा, इसलिए तो डिमांड नहीं है अभी। स्टैग फैशन जो बोलते हैं वो सभी जगह दिख रहा है अभी। और
समर
आपको
जी, no one pays 600-700 rupees for industrial junk यार। I mean,
I remember my kids used to order pizza, 432 का बिल आता था 2 मीडियम पिज्जा का। They only want to eat Domino's, but now I'm spending 800 on the same in 2 years. Prices have doubled almost. So I don't know. It's even pinching me. So
वो आप बात कर रहे हो ना पिज्जा की। आई जस्ट हैड स्टारबक्स कॉफी, इट वाज कॉस्टिंग एट अराउंड 350 रुपीज फॉर ए सिंगल ड्रिंक ऑफ कॉफी, तो कप ऑफ कॉफी। तो वहां पर तो आप अलग ही दुनिया है पूरी।
अरे यहाँ
and
पूछो ना, आइस्ड ब्रू एवरी डे 500 rupees लार्ज लार्ज ग्लास।
अरे यार
मेरा
ये
भाई
सब छोड़
मंगाता है
के ना,
रोज।
नहीं मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, ये सब छोड़ के ना मस्त साउथ इंडियन फिल्टर कॉफी पियो। 50 रुपए की मिलती है फिल्टर कॉफी साउथ इंडियन, एकदम मस्त, एकदम कड़क रहती है, स्ट्रॉन्ग। वो बेस्ट है साला। ये सब चाहिए नहीं, स्टारबक्स गिरबक्स में बेस्ट।
नहीं अभिषेक, अभी सर सर आए सर। यस सर।
हाँ
शरद
सर,
सर,
सर वही तो मैं
गुड इवनिंग सर।
लेट्स स्टार्ट सर।
गुड इवनिंग। बोलो
yes sir, आप बोलिए।
क्या बोले। ये एक पुल बैक था, तो बहुत सारे चार्टिस्ट लोग ने उसको बुल रन समझ लिया। सिचुएशन इतना गंभीर है, एटॉमिक का बात करता है रशिया, ये करता है वो करता है, इन्फ्लेशन अगला टाइम में 8%, 8.5%, 6-7 तारीख को मीटिंग है, इंटरेस्ट रेट हाइक आएगा, तो बाजार घुस जाएगा। फिर बोलते सिचुएशन बहुत अच्छा है, गुड न्यूज आने वाले हैं। गुड न्यूज के तो ये भाव है। जिस दिन रशिया का वॉर खत्म होगा उस दिन बाजार टॉप हो जाए। दूसरा बात है, एक ही मैं बोलता हूँ, 14 महीने पहले 12,000 का इंडेक्स था, काय को 18,000 बनाया, रिजल्ट खराब, सब खराब। ये अभी मैं एक डाटा पढ़ा, रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ नहीं, हाँ, प्रॉफिट growth of the companies are 2%, 6%। तो अभी 2% प्रॉफिट ग्रोथ में तुम 50 का पी देगा, 25 का देगा, क्या देगा? अपने हवा में बात करते, मेरे को लगता है। अरे पण क्यों लगता है वो तो बता, कौन होता है नक्की करने वाला प्राइस? ये सन फार्मा है, इतने साल का जो प्रॉफिट दिखाया वो एक झटके में राइट ऑफ दिखा दिया। नहीं तो 4,000 करोड़ का वो कोई लिटिगेशन एक्सपेंस होता है या कुछ होता है, तो पेपर में आता था। ये बोलने के बाद
एंड सरप्राइजिंगली, एंड शरद सर, इसका हर साल ही हो जाता है कुछ ना कुछ एक्सेप्शनल आइटम सन फार्मा का। Last year also it had a similar
हाँ, तो
write-off.
आप समझो ना
Again this year.
ये जो ये एक मिनट समझ
हाँ सर,
अनिश तेली
हाँ सर,
ये अनिश
हाँ इनवाइट भेजा है अनिश जी।
हम्म,
अनिश तेली जी को मैंने भेजा है इनवाइट। सर प्लीज एक्सेप्ट इट सर।
तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि सी आई एम अ शॉर्ट सेलर ओके, मेरे को हर चीज में प्रॉब्लम लगता है, बट दिस इज द राइट वे ऑफ इन्वेस्टिंग। इफ यू डोंट डाउट you are in great problem. I am a cynical guy. I don't give up easily. I fight back. ये जो ये जो मंदी की चिंदी या बुल की बुल्ली, तो आई टेकन इट वेरी पर्सनली। समझता क्या है अपने आप को, और मैं वास्तव में बहुत ही जहरीला इंसान हूँ, बिकॉज बीइंग अ शॉर्ट सेलर दैट इज माय नेचर। I cannot forget things. I will never forgive. हाँ, दोस्त से सब खून माफ, पर दोस्ती में छेद पहुंचा तो मैं भी देखता हूँ। See, on Twitter I can't do anything or anything, but by speaking I can do lot of things. चलो वो नेगेटिव बात वो छोड़ देते हैं। एक बात है, तुमको तेजी क्यों लगता है, मेरे को समझाओ ना। कारा समझाओ ना।
सर मुझे तो तेजी नहीं लगता है, ये
अरे
तो
not you,
टेक्निकल
not
बाउंस
you,
बैक है।
you as a person.
Me as a person, sorry, I didn't
अरे
understand your
as in
question.
think in their terms, who's a bull वैसा।
Sir, I don't know actually. Actually, if you look at it fundamentally, there is no reason to be bullish. We everybody's everybody is assuming that the market has factored in the worst. I don't think it has, because if a recession is coming, definitely they have not factored in the recession. Because if a recession is coming, even the index needs to go down 50-60% at least, based on historically what has happened during recessions earlier. So market has definitely not baked in a recession. Now, if we are saying,
market has not factored in anything. Believe me, this DII buying only in the last half an hour has given a wrong picture to everybody. Every day the market goes down thereafter.
sir, DII, actually, the day June series started, I put a cryptic message, dost na raha. Because DII was actually shorting the market. ये FII का शॉर्ट नहीं है जो अभी एक दो दिन में देखने को मिल रही है, DII शॉर्ट कर रहा है फ्यूचर्स ऑप्शंस में।
सर
एंड FII भी है साथ में। सो इट्स जस्ट रिटेल अगेंस्ट ऑल द इंस्टीट्यूशंस, एंड जो कैश में बाइंग हो रहा है वो DII का, दैट इज अगेंस्ट रिटेल मनी ओनली। So your retail is short in futures. Sorry, your DII is as well as FIIs are short in futures and options. Why are you fighting against them?
सर आज 1100 करोड़ रिटेल को माल चिपका के गए दोनों, DII और FII।
Okay, so I'm saying situation is very bad. 2-3 points. 15,700 was in March, and then again we went down to 15,750 or thereabouts. And on last Thursday, we were at 15,900. Now, kindly explain to me how there is a bull run. ये Thursday को 15,900. अरे मेरे को लाइन दिखता है। अरे भैया, बाजार लाइनों पे नहीं चलता है, फंडामेंटल पे चलता है, इवेंट्स पे चलता है। ये चार्ट बाट तो ठीक है यार. Very honestly, I don't believe in charts. Though I ask Abhishek and DJ sometimes, but I'm not a fan of charts. चार्ट्स पे लिखा था कि डाउ जोन्स अभी डाउन होने वाला है, नहीं लिखा था. अच्छा, अभी मेन बात, 2007 में इंडेक्स हुआ था 6400 एंड समथिंग, उधर से गिर के 22 हो गया, वो छोड़ देते हैं. 2012 तक वो क्रॉस नहीं किया था. ओके, 2012 या 13 तक, वो जो भी है.
14 में क्रॉस किया सर.
हाँ ठीक, हाँ ठीक है, 14 में.
7 years.
ओके, फिर जाके फरवरी 2016 में 6800 बना. ओके, फिर जाके 2020 में अब 7500 बना. अभी ये सब लोग रिटर्न गिनाते हैं आज के भाव से. मैं बोलता हूँ 7500 से गिनाओ ना, तो देर इज नो रिटर्न. In last 14 months, if you remove, there is no return. You are in negative. Now, to make the returns positive, everybody is trying their level. See, one thing I'll tell you. I love equities. I smell equities. I sleep equities. Equities is everything for me. But at the moment, I feel markets are way above priced. Why should Infosys be quoting at 22p, and that too with earnings where other income is there, interest income? It should be around 13, 14 max. Why at 22? Make it 13, 14, I'll buy. No, I won't buy Infosys. But having said this, why should we buy equities now? It's not that I don't like equities. I love them. There are maybe 20 stocks which I'm very bullish on, and I suggest to people to buy them. Beyond that sphere of 20 shares, I don't want any share in my life because they are way overpriced. You, तिली साहब, आप बताओ, टाइटन क्यों लेना चाहिए? 130 का पी.
सर अभी मैं we were just listening to a talk by Monish Pabrai.
तो छोड़ो यार, पागल आदमी.
नहीं मैं बताता हूँ, एक just one just hear me out. So he said that the macro situation, he's saying मजाक में, so he was talking about Warren Buffett meeting this year. He said मजाक में that man has given a warning that the odds of Putin going nuclear are not zero. For the first time in his life, he has said something like that. But he couched it in very nice, joking kind of terms. So he was just giving us kind of a warning sign. Okay. Second thing. So the macros, I agree, are pretty bad.
Yeah, नहीं अनिश भाई, मेरे को पाबराई का नहीं सुनना है, मेरे को आपका सुनना.
मैं बताता हूँ. ठीक है. So I, while I don't look at charts, where I don't look at it, but I look at history a little bit. And in previous falls, 5-10%, rallies from an intermediate level are. In 1932, it happened 20 times. In 2000, it happened 15 times. In 2008, it happened 5 times. So 5-10, it's. Let me even take the most basic indicator at 200 DMA. Okay, just like that. कोई भी अगर कोई chart, the market has not even crossed 200 DMA for even the most novice of an investor to get bullish. So I don't understand that part. So I'm not. I mean, I go by price. I don't see that price action is strong from any angle whatsoever. There's a lot of pain. I don't think people are understanding that pain right now.
सर मैं पूछा तुम टाइटन क्यों लेता है?
सर वो तो वो जो जिसने लिया है वो बता सकता है, क्योंकि मुझे तो हम
नहीं
लोग
नहीं
को जिस जमाने में हमने इन्वेस्ट किया वहाँ 15-20 का पी के ऊपर कोई खरीद ही नहीं सकता है, वो भी जस्टिफाई करके।
नहीं तो
वो
ऐसा
बाप है ना,
क्या?
बाय एट एनी प्राइस, बाय एट एनी प्राइस।
नहीं तो
बाप
अभी ऐसा क्या हो गया है कि आप एक 100 का पी में लेते हो, 80 का पी में लेते हो?
क्योंकि इतना लिक्विडिटी है ना, इतना लिक्विडिटी आया, फेड ने छाप के दिया, अभी वो सब निकालेगा। अब वो सब निकलेगा, ऐसे करके स्क्वीज करके निकालेगा लिक्विडिटी। तब क्या करोगे?
अच्छा मान लिया आपका बात। एक बात बताओ, ये जो भी मीटिंग है अपना आरबीआई का 7-8 तारीख को जो भी है, तो वो तो बोला इंटरेस्ट रेट में बढ़ाऊंगा, ओके।
करेक्ट।
लोग बोलते हैं 35 पैसा 40 पैसा फैक्टर इन है। मैं बोलता हूँ 30 पैसा बढ़ाएगा, सपोज कि 50 पैसा बढ़ाया, ये बाजार का क्या हालत होएगा? बाजार घुस जाएगा। एवरीबडी इज सेइंग फैक्टर्ड इन। अरे जब आएगा तभी पता चलेगा ना वो क्या होता है।
फैक्टर्ड इन कुछ नहीं होता है। फैक्टर्ड इन सी हर कोई, दिस इज मेरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग, मार्केट में बहुत तरह के खिलाड़ी होते हैं। कोई इंट्राडे ट्रेडर होता है, कोई स्विंग ट्रेडर होता है, कोई लॉन्ग टर्म वाला होता है। हर किसी का, अगर किसी का रिजल्ट खराब आता है, वो 1 मिनट में बटन दबा के पूरा माल नहीं ठोक देता है। दे टेक टाइम। तो फैक्टरिंग इज ऑल्सो अ प्रोसेस। वो उसने 30 बेसिस पॉइंट बढ़ाया तो इमीडिएटली कुछ फैक्टर नहीं होता है, वो टाइम से फैक्टर होगा। और ये कुछ नथिंग इज फैक्टर्ड इन। आई एग्री विथ यू।
Okay, speaking of one thing, just जो factored in का ये आया, so do you know since when तुम्हारे जो Fed के chairs के लोग हैं वहाँ पे, पावेल हुआ या उसका आजू बाजू जो भी है, they have been selling since July 2021, and वहाँ पे तुम्हारा लगा था top excess valuation so if those guys are selling over there and they are the policy makers, so you should know कि कितना timing factored in हो रहा है और कितना नहीं.
No, you look at stocks. No, forget the index for the moment. Look at stocks. Can you show me one out of say 9 to 10 sectors, any sector showing strength, any sector which you think can lead the market out of? मतलब एक हर मार्केट में एक सेक्टर तो चाहिए जो लीड करेगा। कोई भी सेक्टर आज ऐसा है जो लीड कर सकता है।
That is what we tell everyone over here, but कोई सुनता नहीं है।
नहीं देखो, जो नहीं सुनता है उसका कोई भी वैल्यू नहीं है, उनका औकात नहीं है, समझा? वो 1 लॉट भी खेलता है या 2 लॉट भी खेलता है, अपने को आइडिया नहीं है। तो वो सब बात जाने दो। अपने को खाली फंडामेंटल पे क्या लगता है। देखो, मैं भी 10 लाइन खींचूंगा ऊपर नीचे ये वो, क्या मतलब है? when I don't know the reality, when I don't know the fundamentals, when I don't want to buy shares, तो मेरा व्यू का क्या मतलब है? आप बोलो कि ये चीज हुआ तो ये ऐसा होगा तो मैं मानता हूँ। तुम बोलता है चार्ट पे लाइन मार दिया बढ़ गया, अरे ऐसे नहीं होता है। और तेली साहब एक बात बताओ,
हाँ,
कि ये जो मैं टेक्नोलॉजी का बोल रहा हूँ कि 13-14 का पी होना चाहिए, तो हाउ रॉन्ग इट इज?
no, it's fundamentally it makes sense. आप US देखो, if Google is available at 18 times P and Apple is
नहीं
available at
16 times
16 times P, So, so how can you even say that you can justify a valuation for the Indian outsourcing company? It cannot be. It is complete. And the thing is that things in market आपने ज़्यादा देखा है, मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा देखा है, but things in market can stay irrational for a fairly long time. Markets are designed.
नहीं, अपने को शॉर्टिंग का बात मैं नहीं करता हूँ।
नहीं, हम से इरेशनल मार्केट रह सकता है ना, तो
नहीं रह सकता है सर।
कुछ समय तक ज्यादा लोग जैसे आपने बोला ना फैक्टरिंग, तो फैक्टरिंग करने में कभी कभी टाइम लगता है मार्केट को, फैक्टर नहीं होता पूरा। आपको क्या लगता है, व्हाट इज योर सेंस?
नो, माय सेंस इज सब 12,000 एंड स्टॉक वाइज ऐसा पीटा होएगा ना कि आप सोच नहीं सकते, इतना पीटा होगा। Who is a buyer? You tell me. एक्चुअली ये जो लोकल का फिगर आता है ना सर, आई हैव डन द एनालिसिस और आई नो समथिंग। तो ये पूरा पैसा ईपीएफओ का है, पीएफ का है और एनपीएस का है। ओके, हाउ मच विल दे बाय? पहला 5% लिमिट था, फिर 10% किया, फिर 15% किया, अभी नाउ व्हाट? लिमिट इज ऑलमोस्ट ओवर। तो नया पैसा आएगा कहाँ से? फिर एक दिन वो लोकल को बेचने का होगा, एफआई को बेचना होगा, एक दिन बिकेगा, वो दूसरे दिन से सर्किट। दिस इज गोइंग टू हैपन। इट इज सो सिंपल, सो विजिबल, आंख के सामने है कि जिस दिन लोकल को बेचना पड़ा, एक दिन बिकेगा, दूसरे दिन हवा बंद, सब बेचवाल। फिर काय का फिर वैल्यूएशन और मेरा बेच ऐसा ही होने का है, नथिंग एल्स। दिस इज व्हाट आई फील, आशीष भाई। Oh, sorry, Anish भाई।
नहीं, I agree. I think broadly that what do you call that, flushing out has not completely happened. वो एक फ्लश आउट हो जो, और कुछ इवेंट्स है जो फुली फैक्टर्ड नहीं है या आने वाला है जो।
देखो, ये कोरोना आया, उसके पहले अपना निफ्टी क्या था?
12,000 के।
ओके, उस टाइम के रिजल्ट से अभी का रिजल्ट बहुत ही खराब है।
मुश्किल से जीडीपी हैज रीच्ड प्री पैंडेमिक लेवल, मुश्किल से, वो भी दे आर नॉट श्योर दैट इट हैज रीच्ड दैट लेवल।
हाँ, ये जीडीपी से याद है, ये जीडीपी से याद है, आज के दिन में our market cap is 260 trillion rupees. 260 trillion rupees. Yesterday the GDP came, it was 239 trillion rupees. Now you add 7% inflation. Okay, तो कितना हुआ? Whatever may be the figure. तो अपना मार्केट कैप 260 ट्रिलियन है, उसमें 25 ट्रिलियन ये नया इश्यू आया है सब। ओके, ये नाइका ना जोमेटो ना ऐसा सब बहुत आया, तो वो अपना असली मार्केट कैप 235 ट्रिलियन है। कोरोना के पहले 160 ट्रिलियन था। अब कोरोना आया, क्रैश हुआ, 110 ट्रिलियन बिका नीचे में। तो अभी आप 110 ट्रिलियन को पकड़ के हमको गिना रहे हो कि इतना रिटर्न मिला। ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट आई एम सेइंग we go down to pre-pandemic level of 160 trillion plus 25 trillion, that's 185 trillion, and now we are at 260 trillion. So minimum 75 trillion has to go, and at that level our index would be around 11,000 or 12,000. And for the moment, the band we have is 260, ऊपर में 270, नीचे में 240, और 240 पे 15,700 आता है. तो ये बैंड है अभी, और मेरा मानना है कि अक्टूबर तक ये 12,000 के नीचे होएगा, बिकॉज जीडीपी के ऊपर अपना मार्केट कैप नहीं हो सकता है. वर्ल्ड ओवर इट इज 50%, 55%, 60%. एक यूएस का है 1.2 टाइम्स, बट उसमें बहुत सारा फॉरेन का कंपनी है. हाँ भाई, कारा बोलो.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to point out after Corona, our GDP fell by 6.6%, then rose by 8.5. So actually, if you fall by 6%, you need a bigger percentage rise to get back to normal. We are roughly around 1% above what we were at before Corona, when the Sensex was 12,000. And at that point of time also, people used to say markets are overvalued. So we've just grown by 1% in the past 2 years. और सेंसेक्स अभी भी 20-30% ऊपर है वहां से, एक ओवरवैल्यूड स्टेट से. सो आई टोटली एग्री विद यू. फंडामेंटली आई टोटली एग्री विद यू दैट वी हैव ए लॉन्ग वे टू गो.
कारा, ये आप जो हार्मोनिक पैटर्न बनाता है कि वो कोई चार्ट बनाता है, that all will not work. Fundamentals will only work in the long run. Huh?
Absolutely.
Beyond fundamentals, there is nothing. हाँ समद भाई बोलो. समद भाई.
सर, 2 थिंग्स आज के दिन में जो हुआ है, यूएस का जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज का जो फिगर आया है वो बहुत खराब आया है. सेकंड थिंग जो आप बोल रहे थे, आरबीआई के कमेंट्री जो है, दैट विल बी मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. वो परसेंटेज कितना बढ़ाएगा, 30 पैसा बढ़ाएगा, 0.30 बढ़ाएगा, 0.50 बढ़ाएगा, 1% बढ़ाएगा, दैट गॉड नोज. बट उसके फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग क्या है ना, दैट विल बी द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग.
नहीं समझ, वो कुछ भी बोलता है उसका कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. अपने को अपना समझने का.
नहीं, वो उल्टा जो बोलता है ना सर, उसका उल्टा ही होता है, इसलिए दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट.
वो गवर्नमेंट क्या बोलते हैं उससे अपने को क्या लेना देना है भाई, बताना.
नहीं, वो बीएससी
आज देखो, आज अगर अपने गवर्नमेंट का सुने तो मंदी का सोच भी नहीं सकते. सो यू हैव टू रीड बिटवीन द लाइंस, और काफी लोग को इग्नोर करना चाहिए. समझा
सर उसका उल्टा करना है, वो बोल रहा हूँ.
Okay. And another thing I had in mind. Okay, I forgot. No. Okay, Dr. Amit, बोलो. लास्ट टाइम आप भाग गए थे.
नहीं सर, वो कनेक्शन प्रॉब्लम था. गुड इवनिंग. अभी आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ एकदम.
नहीं, भाग नहीं रहा था उस टाइम, मेरा कनेक्शन बहुत पुअर था, तो अनेबल टू कनेक्ट. तो अभी व्यू में तो कोई चेंज नहीं. आई एम एक्सट्रीमली बेरिश. जो भी फैक्टर है अभी लास्ट, मुझे लग रहा है कि बस ये लिक्विडिटी है, वही अभी थोड़ा बहुत संभाल रही है. बाकी हम इंडेक्स वाइज देखते हैं तो यूएसए इंडेक्स S&P लास्ट मंथ 8% करीबन डाउन है, और हम टॉप से अभी 11% ही डाउन है. तो जो ये डेविएशन बहुत ज्यादा है, नॉट ओनली इन इंडेक्स बट ऑल्सो इन द वीक्स. वीक्स में भी ये 30 to 25% पूरे मंथ डेविएशन रहा है. तो वो भी अगर ये लिक्विडिटी कहीं से भी अगर जो पंपिंग हो रही है अभी, उसमें थोड़ा भी पैनिक आया तो देर इज द 5% काइंड ऑफ फॉल वी कैन सी इन दिस पर्टिकुलर मंथ, और ये एग्जॉस्टेड लग रहा है मुझे, क्योंकि कंटिन्यू लिक्विडिटी से भी अभी मार्केट अप साइड तो कोई स्ट्रेंथ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा। मेटल स्टॉक कोई भी इंडेक्स ज्यादातर किसी में ऐसी स्ट्रेंथ नहीं है कि जो संभाल सके। तो वही एक है, अभी ये रिलायंस की वजह से वेटेज बहुत ज्यादा है तो इंडेक्स तो दिखाई देगा, मगर इंटरनल जो स्टॉक है वो काफी मींस इवन एफएनओ में भी अभी 50 ईएमए के अब 20 to 25% स्टॉक ही क्रॉस कर पाए। तो जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो बहुत भी वीक है इंटरनल। तो मैं यही देख रहा हूँ सिग्नल, मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ, अगर कहीं से सिग्नल ऐसा कन्विंसन मिले लिक्विडिटी के रिलेटेड then I will be definitely safe, sir.
उसमें डॉक्टर अमित, ये जो पैसा आ रहा है दैट इज फ्रॉम पीएफआरडीए, वो कोई इंश्योरेंस या कोई दूसरी म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनी इसके पास औकात ही नहीं है टू बाय दिस स्टॉक्स। पीएफआरडीए का जो ईपीएफ, पीपीएफ, एनपीएस जो सर ने बोला, दे आर ओनली बाइंग बिकॉज आप अगर इकट्ठा करोगे फ्रॉम द बैलेंस शीट the premium
Yes,
which they have collected of all the insurance companies plus mutual funds जो inflow आता है, because net SIP is around 7,000 crores every month.
yes,
So
yes.
if you see from October every month FI ने around 60,000 to 70,000 बेचा है, तो सामने लेने वाला अगर रिटेलर है that they will be buying around 10 to 15,000, तो बाकी का DII, तो DII में म्यूचुअल फंड्स प्लस इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज प्लस गवर्नमेंट स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडीज, अगर उसका गिनोन है तो पीएफआरडीए विल बी कंट्रीब्यूटिंग 60 to 70% ऑफ द टोटल परचेजेस। वहां पर जब सेलिंग आए ना तब पता नहीं क्या होगा, जो शरद सर ने बोला वही होने वाला है एक या 2 दिन ये महीने के अंदर।
यही और वो और एक चीज है जो बाइंग हो रही है उसमें कुछ मींस स्ट्रेंथ ही नहीं है जो मार्केट को अपमूव दे सके। मींस इक्विवेलेंट मनी आउट बाय द एफआई एंड इंस्टीट्यूशन, डोमेस्टिक इंस्टीट्यूशन पुट द इक्विवेलेंट एंड मोर देन द एफआई, देन आफ्टर वी आर अनेबल टू क्रॉस द means some means any sector will be not means outperforming compared to that is the only just rotation. So I don't think it will be hold.
डॉक्टर साहब, एक चीज मैं पॉइंट आउट करना चाहता हूँ कि ये हम लोग सोचते हैं कि एफआई का पैसा है, डीआई का पैसा है, व्हाई डू
नहीं
वांट
नहीं
टू फाइंड द
नहीं 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 I am thinking only I am there is the they are
एक मिनट
categorized.
अभी
sorry
बोलवा दो इन्हें सुके से।
sorry sir, sorry
और क्या बोल
हाँ, तो मैं क्या बोल रहा था कि व्हाई डू वांट टू फाइंड द सोर्स ऑफ द मनी, वो जिसका भी
नहीं
हो
नहीं,
कहाँ
ऐसे
से भी आ रहा
डिस्कशन
है।
हो, नहीं नहीं नहीं, ये डिस्कशन हो रहा है। नहीं डॉक्टर अमित,
नहीं I am not means telling source of the money, I am
I
just
am
only
saying, नहीं I am saying कि source of money is this. I am saying
okay.
source of money is, देखो हर बुल रन में एक स्कैम होता है।
Yes sir.
Without a scam, a bull run is not at all possible. आज मुझको
Yes.
मालूम नहीं है स्कैम में को क्या आएगा, कौन आएगा, ये होगा, बट स्कैम, हर तेजी के पीछे एक स्कैम होता है। आज तक का
Yes.
इतिहास है, मैं झूठा नहीं पढ़ सकता। अच्छा अभी
इसमें सर मल्टीपल हो गया, मैं सोचता हूँ इसमें मल्टीपल आएंगे,
क्या
मल्टीपल स्कैम आएंगे एक साथ ज्यादा।
अरे बापू, माफ करो, एक आने दो, बोल बाबू।
सर जो सर व्हाट आई से इज जो एक्सिस म्यूचुअल फंड का जो है ना, आई स्मेल फाउल इन दैट थिंग, क्योंकि जो सेबी ने इंक्वायरी चालू किया है तो स्पिल ओवर होगा दूसरे म्यूचुअल फंड में भी, वो देखना आप, बिकॉज एवरी म्यूचुअल फंड विल बी डूइंग फ्रंट एंड थिंग, जो फ्रंट एंड विंडो ड्रेसिंग होता है, दे विल बी डूइंग।
नहीं, वो तो बहुत वो छोटा बात है। वो तो फंड मैनेजर लोग का वो चोरी है, वो ठीक है यार, वो तो सब लोग चोर है, मैं भी चोर हूँ। बट द ग्रेटर पॉइंट इज कि इतना बड़ा तेजी विदाउट लिक्विडिटी, ऑफिशियल लिक्विडिटी कहाँ से हो रहा है? देयर इज अ स्कैम। आई डोंट नो एनीथिंग, बट मार्क माय वर्ड्स, in a month, 2, 3, 4 max ये स्कैम बार आएगा. Okay. Having said this, we all talk about Nifty levels. 2008 में ऐसा था ना वैसा था. अरे भाई साहब 2018 से निफ्टी में चेंजेस कितना आया? नेस्ले आया, बजाज फाइनेंस, बजाज फिनसर्व, SBI लाइफ, HDFC लाइफ, अपोलो हॉस्पिटल और भी एक दो आया होगा. तो द complexion of Nifty has changed. Why don't we understand that? Okay, by changing the complexion of Nifty, you can defend Nifty up to a certain point. But Nifty is a natural animal. It will seek lower levels. ये HDFC लाइफ क्यों बढ़ता है भाई? ये 630 वाला या जो भी 710 हो गया, SBI लाइफ बढ़ गया, क्यों बढ़ता है? फॉर व्हाट रीजन? वैल्यूएशन वाइज वो 200-250 के ऊपर नहीं होना चाहिए. ये HDFC लाइफ, ये HDFC स्टैंडर्ड का प्रमोटर तो बेचता है, वो क्यों बेचता है? तो ये चेंजेस इन निफ्टी इज आल्सो वन मेन फैक्टर. एंड काइंडली for heaven's sake, don't compare Nifty of 2017 with the current Nifty. The current Nifty, the changes have been manifold. 7-8 stock हो गए. So it is very different. The market cap of Nifty has increased dramatically. पहले इतना नहीं था market cap. That's my limited point.
या कमल जी.
अरे समर्थ भाई एक कॉल पे हूँ मैं आता हूँ वापस प्लीज. हाँ
ओके जगवीर जी.
एक सेकंड ना, जस्ट वन पॉइंट आई वांटेड टू ऐड ऑन द अर्निंग्स फ्रंट कि अपन जो भी कंपेयर कर रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि ईयर ऑन ईयर में इतना बढ़ गया उतना बढ़ गया बोल के, यू हैव टू आल्सो कीप इन माइंड कि लास्ट ईयर वाला ये वाला क्वार्टर जो था ना, मार्च क्वार्टर, तभी अपने इंडिया में सेकेंड वेव चल रहा था. तो सेकेंड वेव के सामने भी लोग बस बता रहे हैं कि 5% 6% का ज्यादा तुम्हारा बढ़ोतरी हुआ है in terms of revenue, and even within that I can bet कि half the revenue in that will be because of inflation compared to last year. 30-40% inflation का ही revenue में impact आया होगा. तो actual sales figures जो है they'll be much lower than what they are showing. Just a logical thing to think ना.
अभिषेक the GST figures जो आए हैं वो 1,40,000 करोड़ आए हैं, जो लास्ट मंथ के हिसाब से 16% कम है. Now what this people are जो प्रिंट मीडिया है, जो ब्लू चैनल्स है, ओके, तो वो क्या बोल रही है कि भाई YOY 44% इंक्रीज हुआ है. बट वो नहीं सोच रहे थे कि अप्रैल में क्या हालत था इंडिया का. सेकंड वेव जो है वो क्रिएट किया था, तब कौन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कोई करने जाएगा क्या कि कोविड के साथ झगड़ेगा? तो वो कोई देख नहीं रहा है. बट दे आर सेइंग 44% बढ़ गया GST कलेक्शन YOY. पर MOM नहीं बोल रहे, कोई मंथ ऑन मंथ कोई नहीं बोल रहा है वहां पर. और अभी भी वो
काम है बोलना, अपना काम है इग्नोर करने का, को एनालाइज करने का. वो लोग तो पागल है, कुछ भी बोलते रहते हैं. उनको तो टाइम बेचना है. बोलिए जगवीर भाई बोलो.
यस शरद भाई, समर्थ भाई, आई होप सब ठीक होगा. सही है. बस मैं तो शॉर्ट में बैठा हूँ, बिल्कुल शॉर्ट में बैठा हूँ, और जो भी वेल विशर्स हैं, फॉलोअर्स हैं, उसको मैं अपडेट देता ही रहता हूँ ट्विटर पे. ये मार्केट बहुत ही खराब है. ये जो आप आया था ना, वो बुल ट्रैप था, पूरा बुल ट्रैप, और कोई भी मौका नहीं छोड़ा है.
पीछे से आवाज आता है, प्लीज आप.
जी नहीं, यहाँ पे तो कुछ भी नहीं है. यहाँ पे तो कुछ भी नहीं है.
अच्छा,
नहीं अभी बंद हो गया,
है ना. थोड़ा और बाहर आ गया मैं, शायद पंखा चल रहा था तो पंखे की आवाज आ रही होगी. जी समर्थ भाई, मार्केट बहुत वीक है, और जो रैली आई थी 400-500 पॉइंट की, 900 से जो ऊपर चला था, वो फुल बुल ट्रैप के लिए था, और हायर लेवल पे दोबारा पोजीशन तगड़ी बनाई गई है. फ्राइडे को भी लास्ट में पोजीशन बनी थी, मंडे को भी जबरदस्त पोजीशन. जब ये 16,125 तोड़ेगा ना समर्थ भाई, और उसके नीचे क्लोज दिया ना, तो इतना फास्ट डाउन ट्रेंड आएगा कि जिसकी लॉन्ग है ना उसको काटने के लिए मौका भी नहीं देगा शायद में, बहुत फास्ट गिर जाएगा ये। अभी तो फॉल जस्ट
व्हाट इज 16125? वो लेवल क्या है? गेन लेवल है क्या?
में, तो अपॉर्चुनिटी पर टाइम पे शॉर्ट बना के
आवाज कट हो रहा है जगवीर जी, आपका आवाज कट हो रहा है।
अभी आ रहा है? हेलो,
हाँ,
एक मिनट
आ रहा है
ऊपर जा रहा हूं। अभी आ रहा है? ये लेवल मैंने पहले भी लिया था कि इसका पॉइंट फॉल हो जाए। ये लेवल तोड़ा था तो 350 पॉइंट फॉल हो गया था, फिर वहां से दोबारा जब इसने वो लेवल क्रॉस भी किया तो 300 पॉइंट और बढ़ गया वहां से। अब दोबारा वो जो दूसरा जो लेवल था 16,640, उसके ऊपर सस्टेन नहीं कर पाया, और मैंने हर
जगवीर जी, आई थिंक देयर इज सम कनेक्शन इश्यू, कैन यू प्लीज रिजॉल्व एंड रिकनेक्ट इफ यू डोंट माइंड।
और समझ,
हाँ जी सर।
अब तो निफ्टी का बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं करने का है।
नहीं सर,
जो
एक्चुअली निफ्टी का कोरिलेशन स्टॉक्स के साथ है सर, आप समझो, और कुछ
हाँ
रिलेशन
तो
नहीं है दूसरा।
नहीं,
वी विल नॉट
नहीं,
स्पीक आउट।
अपना झगड़ा निफ्टी पर ही है ना, तो निफ्टी का बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं करने का है,
ओके
प्लीज।
ओके सर, ओके ओके। ये रमेश
हाँ,
ताली जी
ये
बोलिए।
हाँ, यस, थैंक यू। सर, ये जो निफ्टी का आप सर जैसे बोलते हैं निफ्टी का, सर जहाँ तक मेरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, हमारा जीडीपी डिपेंड्स ऑन एवरीथिंग, मतलब जो भी लिस्टेड कंपनी है और अनलिस्टेड कंपनी है, तो जीडीपी डिपेंड्स ऑन, बट सेंसेक्स या निफ्टी वाई डिपेंड्स ऑन सम लिमिटेड कंपनीज। ये थोड़ा बेसिक क्वेश्चन है, और एक दूसरा क्वेश्चन भी अगर ये आंसर हो जाता है तो सर।
हाँ, बोलिए ना।
सर, मतलब एक हमारा निफ्टी या सेंसेक्स क्यों हम पर्टिकुलर मतलब कंपनी पे डिपेंड है? हमारा अगर जीडीपी सभी कंपनी पे, अगर हम भले किसी का वेटेज ज्यादा हो कम हो, लेकिन हम क्यों ऐड नहीं कर पाते हैं उसमें? क्या दिक्कत है कि बड़ी मतलब अगर निफ्टी अगर रियली कम ज्यादा होता हो, मतलब होगा, तो सही में इकोनॉमी हमारी डाउन है या अप है ऐसा इंडिकेट होगा। लेकिन ऐसे इस कंडीशन में तो कुछ इंडिकेट होता नहीं है, भले ही बाजार ऊपर जा रहा है, हमारा ग्राउंड रियलिटी डिफरेंट है। ये ऐसा चीज कब रिलेशन में आएगा? एक तो ये चीज, और सर मनी फ्लो कैसे होता है कि रियल डेफिनेशन ऑफ रिटेलर क्या क्या चीज है, मतलब प्रैक्टिकल कि भाई रिटेलर ये चीज है, और जहाँ पे डीआईआई क्या, मतलब डीआईआई किसका मनी यूज कर रहे हैं या एफआईआई किसका मनी यूज कर रहे हैं, ये क्वेश्चन है सर।
नहीं नहीं, ये जो पहला क्वेश्चन है कि जीडीपी है और मार्केट कैप है। आप बोलते हो कि अनलिस्टेड कंपनियां क्यों ऐड नहीं करते हो, बराबर है। आप
अनलिस्टेड
बराबर है।
कंपनियां ऐड नहीं, नहीं सर, वो नहीं, कि जो एटलीस्ट लिस्टेड कंपनियां हैं उसी सभी को, मतलब समझ लो निफ्टी है तो समझ लो निफ्टी में जो भी कंपनी है उसको तो रिलेट नहीं कर रहा है ना सर, निफ्टी सेंसेक्स उसको तो रिलेट
नहीं
नहीं कर रहा है ना।
नहीं नहीं, मैं जब बोलता हूँ 260 ट्रिलियन मार्केट कैप है,
ओके,
तो सब कंपनी का है, वो
ओके,
निफ्टी का नहीं है।
ओके,
इंडिया में जितना भी लिस्टेड कंपनी है
ओके,
उसका मार्केट कैप 260 ट्रिलियन है।
ओके,
और वर्ल्ड ओवर कंपैरिजन ऐसे ही होता है कि जीडीपी इतना तो मार्केट कैप कितना, 50%, 60%, यही मापदंड है।
मतलब 50% सर, 50% मतलब कम या ज्यादा क्या है?
नहीं, 50% ऑफ जीडीपी अपना मार्केट कैप होना चाहिए।
ओके,
अब 50 से 60%।
ओके,
आप दुनिया भर के बाजार का उठा के देख लो तो यही रेशियो में मिलेगा,
ओके,
एक्सेप्ट यूएसए के जो 1.2 पे है।
ओके
क्योंकि उधर बहुत सारा फॉरेन का कंपनी लिस्टेड है।
ओके
दैट इज द रीजन।
ओके।
और दूसरा क्या सवाल था?
दूसरा सवाल ये है सर कि अभी जैसे बहुत सारे मतलब इसमें आ रहा है कि रिटेल को माल चिपका दिया या इसको माल चिपका दिया, तो मनी फ्लो कैसा होता है सर मार्केट में? मनी फ्लो कहाँ से कहाँ होता है? कभी क्या ओनली मतलब रिटेलर ही भी मतलब अफेक्टेड होते हैं या डीआई भी अफेक्टेड होते हैं, एफआई भी अफेक्टेड होते हैं? मनी फ्लो कैसे होता है सर मार्केट में? मनी फ्लो कैसे होता है?
सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड होता है आपका पीएफ, 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 ईपीएफओ और कुछ है। वो लोग
ओके
मैक्सिमम माल लेते
एनपीएस
हैं।
एनपीएस एनपीएस
हाँ, एनपीएस।
ओके।
वो एक्चुअली पब्लिक का ही पैसा है।
हाँ वो पब्लिक का ही पैसा है, यस।
बराबर। अभी डायरेक्ट पब्लिक बहुत माल नहीं लेता है।
यस
एक गलत बात है। सब लोग बोलते हैं पब्लिक फंसा, पब्लिक इतना जल्दी नहीं फंसता है पब्लिक।
ओके
पब्लिक भी बहुत शाना हो गया है।
हाँ यस
और पब्लिक होशियार है।
ओके
तो इन शॉर्ट व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि ये ये असल में अपना ही पैसा है, बट इट इज कमिंग इन द मार्केट थ्रू पीएफ, ईपीएफओ, एनपीएफ,
ओके
which we should be concerned about। कि अभी मेरे पीएफ में मैंने निकाला पैसा,
हाँ
फिर रह गया 60% या 40%, वो नहीं देता।
ओके
बोलता है वो तुम्हारे मरने के बाद मिलेगा।
यस यस यस
तो यही तो अपना दुनिया है, लाइफ है। रमेश भाई, काहे को चिंता करो आप?
अरे सर,
एक तो जीत मार लो ना यार, सब ठीक है।
सर चिंता नहीं है, बस सिर्फ समझना है सर कि खेल कैसा होता है, बस बाकी कुछ नहीं है सर।
ओके, थैंक यू।
ओके सर, थैंक यू सर।
या मनीष जी, मनीष मल्होत्रा प्लीज।
मनीष भाई, अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ प्लीज।
अमित जी, अमित चौधरी जी।
हेलो समर्थ जी, अभिषेक जी, शरद सर, गुड इवनिंग।
मनीष भाई एक मिनट मनीष भाई प्लीज लेट अमित भाई स्पीक नाउ।
नहीं चलिए, कोई नहीं, आपने अपने मनीष जी को कॉल किया, लेट हिम स्पीक फर्स्ट, आई विल बी सेकंड, नो इश्यूज। मनीष जी प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
मनीष जी बोलिए सर प्लीज।
सर मेरा तो यही कहना था कि सब जगह इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ रहे हैं, इन्फ्लेशन ऑल टाइम हाई पे है, क्रूड का दाम बढ़ रहा है, तो बाजार कहाँ से बढ़ेगा? सिंपल सा कारण यही है कि इस माहौल में बाजार नहीं बढ़ सकता। चाइना का 20 सिटी लॉकडाउन में है, वो खुलेगा कैसे खुलेगा? न्यूज नहीं आया कुछ भी। अभी महाराष्ट्र में भी बोल रहे हैं कि हो सकता है लॉकडाउन लग जाए, वहां भी केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं। तो ऐसे माहौल में कैसे बाजार बढ़ेगा? मुझे लगता नहीं सर।
Okay, I agree with you, but playing devil's advocate, श्रीलंका में हालत बहुत ही खराब थी। मार्च अप्रैल में स्टॉक मार्केट न्यू हाइट्स पे था। कैसे था किसको नहीं मालूम। तो देर इज नो डायरेक्ट कोरिलेशन बाजार ऊपर है या नीचे है। इट्स अ फंक्शन ऑफ सेंटिमेंट। But I fully agree with you, the markets will go down 110%. हेलो मनीष भाई।
जी सर, मैं भी वही बोल रहा हूँ। वो सेंटिमेंट सर मतलब पॉजिटिव की साइड नहीं है, मेरा कहने का मतलब वही था।
ओके, थैंक यू
मनीष भाई। या अमित जी।
या हेलो एवरीवन। सो मार्केट की चिंदी, मंदी की चिंदी एंड
सर अमित सर, आपको एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना चाहता हूँ। वॉट एवर यू डू इन द मॉर्निंग, आप जो स्पेसिस करते हो मॉर्निंग में, दैट इज वेरी नाइस, इंफॉर्मेटिव। थैंक यू फॉर दिस थिंग।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच। अच्छा, तो मेरा व्यू देखिए सर बहुत क्लियर है। हमेशा मैं पब्लिकली बेरिश हूँ कंटिन्यूअसली, 2-4 दिन की पुल बैक रिलीफ रैली जो मंथ एंड पे एक्सपायरी के आसपास आती है, भाई मेरे को इतना फैसिनेट नहीं करती है। मेरा ये मानना है कि टेक्निकल व्यू बहुत अच्छे हो सकते हैं, होते हैं, ट्रेडर के लिए अच्छे होते होंगे, मैं उससे डिनाई नहीं करता हूँ, मैं भी टेक्निकल्स देखता हूँ, पर फंडामेंटल्स को ताक पे नहीं रख सकते हैं। 102 के ऊपर डॉलर इंडेक्स है, क्रूड वहाँ पे है, गोल्ड कहीं पर अगर फंडामेंटल में एक चेंज हुआ हो तो कोई मुझे बता दे, अरे 400-500 पॉइंट निफ्टी बढ़ गया, इसका मतलब है थोड़ी कि बॉटम लग गया, मंदी खत्म हो गई। यार इतना गिरा है 32.8, अगर उछल भी गया रिट्रेसमेंट उससे मतलब 32.8 क्रॉस नहीं हो रहा निफ्टी से, लोग पता नहीं कहाँ से बुलिश हो रहे हैं। खैर उनका अपना लुकआउट है, आई एम क्लियर कट बेयरिश। अब रही बात फंडामेंटल, जो मेरी एनालिसिस कहती है, बैलेंस शीट श्रिंक कंटिन्यूड है, एफआईआईज को माल बेचना है, कोई रोक नहीं सकता, क्योंकि यूएस को बैलेंस शीट श्रिंक करनी है। ये पॉसिबल नहीं है कि मैं अपने टैंक से टैब खोल दूं और शर्त लगाऊं कि पानी नहीं निकलेगा। अरे पानी कैसे नहीं निकलेगा, तुमने टैब खोला है भाई, टंकी को खाली होना है क्योंकि तुमने टैब खोल दिया है, बात खत्म हो गई। तो लिक्विडिटी निकलेगी, और बगैर लिक्विडिटी के ये कैपिटल मार्केट ड्राइव नहीं हो सकती है। बहुत से लोग मुझसे बहुत ज़्यादा एक्सपीरियंस रखते हैं और वो साथ देंगे इस बात का कि विदाउट लिक्विडिटी कैपिटल मार्केट कैन नॉट बी ड्रिवन, नहीं चलेगी। दैट सिंपल क्लियर। चलो अब एफआईआईज क्यों बेच रहे हैं, इस पर बहुत सारे सवाल हैं, बहुत सारे कयास हैं। मेरा व्यक्तिगत तौर पे ये मानना है कि एज ए इंडियन हमारा सेंटीमेंट है, हमारा देश है, भारत है, हम इससे प्यार करते हैं, सम्मान करते हैं, इट्स अ वन साइड। फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर के लिए इंडिया इज जस्ट ए स्टॉक, इंडिया एक स्टॉक है उनके लिए, चाइना एक स्टॉक है, ब्राजील एक स्टॉक है, अर्जेंटीना एक स्टॉक है। भाई जहां उनको वैल्यू दिखती है वहां पैसा लगाते हैं, जहां उनको लगता है कि मेरा काम हो गया वहां से पैसा निकाल लेते हैं। इंडिया हमारे लिए कंट्री है, उनके लिए एक स्टॉक है। मैं एफआईएस के टर्म्स में बात करूं तो भाई जाहिर बात है ना, अगर उनकी कंट्री में खुद उनको अच्छे रिटर्न्स मिल रहे हैं इंडियन कंपनीज के कंपैरिजन में, तो क्यों पैसा लगाएंगे। जब हमारी कंपनियां सस्ती थी उन्होंने पैसे लगाए, अब महंगी दिख रही हैं तो बेच के निकाल रहे हैं। और अगर उनको 20% या 15% ही अपने पोर्टफोलियो में इंडिया रखना है ना, तो अगर वो 15 से 20 हो गया है ना, तो 5% बेच करके उन्हें वापस से 15 आना पड़ेगा, ये उनका पोर्टफोलियो रूल कहता है। तो बेचेंगे, उन्हें कोई नहीं रोक सकता है, आप कितना भी एफर्ट कर लो रोक नहीं सकते उन्हें। तो जब तक भैया वो बेचेंगे हम भी उन्हीं के साथ बहेंगे, बेचेंगे। नो रिस्पाइट नथिंग, ओनली सेल ऑन एवरी राइज अप टू 17,200। मेरे लिए 17,200 तक ओनली सेलिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी है हर बाउंस। ये मेरा अपना व्यू है, लोगों का कॉन्ट्रा हो सकता है, मैं
परफेक्ट अमित भाई,
कोई मैं
परफेक्ट
उससे दलील नहीं लगाता हूँ। मेरा अपना व्यू है 17,200 के ऊपर मैं नीचे मैं लगातार बेचता रहूंगा। सबसे पहला सर जब मैं बेरिश हुआ था ना, मैं कई ग्रुप्स में था, बुल ग्रुप्स होते हैं, स्पेसेस होते हैं, आई वॉज अलोन, कांट्रा अलोन। वो लोग कुछ बोलते नहीं है, रिस्पेक्ट करते, चलो ठीक है, मतलब कुछ बोले नहीं, वो लोग मेरे साथ में थे नहीं। फिर जब लेवल ब्रेक हुआ तो भी उन लोगों ने कुछ कहा नहीं है, चलो ठीक है, दुनिया बेरिश, हम भी बेरिश। तो अभी भी तो हम बुलिश नहीं है ना भाई, हम तो अभी भी बेरिश हैं। जिसको लगता है, अपने व्यूज सबके हैं, मैं भी रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ, मेरे अपने व्यूज हैं, मैं सामने वाले के भी रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ। हर सेलर को एक बायर चाहिए, हर बायर को एक सेलर चाहिए। सबका स्वागत है, सबका साथ, सबका विकास होता रहेगा, ऐसे ही मार्केट चलती रहेगी, स्पेस होते रहेंगे। जस्ट चिल, और इन्फॉर्मेशन तो मुझे मिलती रहती है, इतने एक्सपीरियंस लोग मेरे साथ होते हैं, शरद सर वगैरह हैं, बहुत बढ़िया चीज़ें सीखने को मिलती हैं। वो की पॉइंट्स मैं नोट करता हूँ कभी कभी, मतलब जो एक्सपीरियंस्ड हमारे साथ लोग बात करते हैं, बोलते हैं कुछ एंकर पॉइंट्स ना, तो बहुत अच्छे लगते हैं वो समझने में। बस इट्स कंटिन्यू, इट्स माई ओवरऑल टेक ऑन दिस। बुल की बुल्ली होनी है, जो बात कंफर्म है, बस वही है।
नहीं अमित भाई,
यस सर प्लीज।
एक बात आई, मतलब ये मेरे दिमाग में आता है कि सपोज रिलायंस 32 हो जाए, सपोज,
यस सर,
तो निफ्टी 17,200 के ऊपर होगी,
बिल्कुल
और बाकी के स्टॉक की ऐसी ठुकाई होगी,
बिल्कुल होगी।
तो ये ऐसा सिचुएशन में आप क्या करो?
सर मैं इंडेक्स अगर प्ले करता हूं तो मेरी आदत है मैं स्टॉक पे नजर नहीं रखता हूं, और अगर स्टॉक प्ले करता हूं तो फिर इंडेक्स पे नजर नहीं रखता हूं।
अरे वाह, क्या आंसर दिए, वाह।
सर मेरा ये मानना है कि ये कंप्लीट मतलब इंडेक्स बैलेंसिंग चलती रहती है। मैं बहुत कम साल अनुभव है मेरे पास, 5-6 साल का, लेकिन मैंने आंखों के सामने होते देखा है कंप्लीट इंडेक्स बैलेंसिंग, और पब्लिक को कोरा बेवकूफ बना देते हैं। इंडेक्स देखते हैं, स्टॉक को साइड में रख देते हैं, नहीं देखूंगा। आज भी मैंने, सर मैं बता रहा हूँ, JSW HAL मैंने पोस्ट भी किया था, मैंने ट्रेड भी किया, लॉन्ग साइड का किया, लेकिन निफ्टी मेरा शॉर्ट था। कोई मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, निफ्टी शॉर्ट है, शॉर्ट करूंगा, इंडेक्स बाय है, स्टॉक बाय है, बाय करूंगा, नो केयर्स, बात खत्म।
अरे तो नफे में हमारा भाग रखो ना भाई।
बिल्कुल सर, शुक्रिया सर, आप लोगों ने सीखा है आपका। बिल्कुल सर, आप लोगों का आशीर्वाद भी चाहिए और आपका भाग तो वही है।
थैंक यू थैंक यू
ओके सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
DGRS, what do you have to say?
अमित भाई, मैं आपको कैन यू, बिकॉज स्पीकर मोड में ज्यादा है, तो आई वांट टू रिक्वेस्ट।
बिल्कुल सर, श्योर, आई एम शिफ्टिंग इन लिसनर, आई एम शिफ्टिंग, थैंक यू।
अनिरुद्ध जी, जफर जी, कैन यू प्लीज कम ऑन टू द स्पीकर मोड? आई हैव सेंट यू रिक्वेस्ट।
DGRS speak something? No.
So I'll just speak in 5 minutes, sir. So just give me 5 minutes.
Pushpa. Hello.
Sharad ji, there is a very
Unmute
bright
yourself,
young.
please. और ले लो, AS को ले लो, हाथ ऊपर किया है।
Mitesh Saraf, AS first was there. Sir, please, AS. अंकित शर्मा।
सर गुड इवनिंग। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक्स, आप लोग इतना अच्छा स्पेस करते हैं, उससे बहुत नॉलेज मिलती है और बहुत हेल्प होती है। सर मेरे 2 पार्ट में एक रिक्वेस्ट थी। फर्स्ट रिक्वेस्ट ये थी कि जैसे म्यूचुअल फंड में अभी एक्सिस में चल रहा है कुछ इशू, और इन केस कुछ गलत हो जाता है तो उससे बचने के लिए मैं SIP करता हूँ, तो एक्सिस से अलग कौन से म्यूचुअल फंड में SIP कर सकते हैं, वो मैंने समर्थ सर आपको मैसेज किया था। एक बार अगर आप उसे देख के थोड़ा रिप्लाई कर देंगे तो मदद हो जाएगी सर।
ठीक है, मैं DM कर देता हूँ।
कर देना रिप्लाई प्लीज।
हाँ जी सर।
दूसरी चीज मैं एक बात बोलना चाहता हूँ सर, बहुत सारी चीजें सीखते हैं हम, अगर बोलना शुरू करेंगे तो बहुत टाइम लग जाएगा, लेकिन शरद सर से मेन चीज मैंने ये सीखी थी। सर ने एक बार ये बोला था कि चाहे एक ही लॉट ट्रेड करिए पर शर्माने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। जैसे अभी शायद कोई 20-25 लॉट ट्रेड कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन मैं फिर भी एक ही लॉट या उसी हिसाब से ट्रेड करता हूँ। तो शरद सर थैंक यू सो मच, आप इतनी सारी बातें हमें बताते हैं।
नहीं भाई साहब, वो बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि मैं भी एक लॉट ही करता हूँ। आपके पीछे से आवाज आ रही है। यस
हम मैं म्यूट।
There is no shame in playing one lot or 1,000 lots. There is no difference. No difference.
थैंक यू सर। यस सर।
कुछ बोल रहे थे?
नहीं सर, बस आप ऐसे ही स्पेस करते रहिए सर, हम सुनते रहेंगे, बहुत मदद होती है सर। थैंक यू
अंकित जी।
Keen investor.
Hello sir. Hi Abhishek. Hi DJ.
Sir, 1 minute. Keen investor, 1 minute. Anirudh Jain ji, please, can you come up on the speaker mode? And Zafar ji, if you can, please.
हाँ बोलिए।
Yeah, it's been a very interesting space, and I'm very new to Twitter. In fact, I've sold all my stocks for myself and client October se, and I was the only bear. In the sense, I didn't know whom to speak also, and this space really kind of supports my view. I just wanted to add, give few viewpoints so that all of you can rely upon it. Mostly, we are looking at equity. In my understanding, the real risk is the RBI. The RBI actually historically they never shared their profit to the government to the extent they've been doing it for last couple of years. The very important point at this point in time is the difference between a 10-year GSEC and the government RBI rate. Now, what is happening with that 2% or 2.5%? Actually, government is eating the money of the savers. We have a huge amount of savers comparatively to the equity investor. And I've been traveling across, especially in South. The private lending rate per month, on average, has gone up more than 3.5%, 3.5 to 4%. Even some places, small businesses have gone up to 7%. You will not believe, everybody is so scared that if there is one more lockdown, I'm telling you, there will be a bloodbath in many SME industries and stuff like that. So, in my view, forget of the bear. I think equity is not at all a place. It's so dangerous. In last 22 years, I've seen, I think this is the most very dangerous place at this point in time, I can only say, because the amount of printing money that was supported to India, which I think the government has gone wrong at this point in time, because we are not US, we cannot print money, but we have a gap between 10-year GSEC and the RBI rate. And I'm telling you, this is something, if you're a very deep bond investors, you will know in 2017-18 we had Templeton issues, DHFL came in, a lot of things, a lot of agencies which rate these bonds, AAA, yeah,
ILFS.
ILFA, so many. And today, as we speak, there are so many independent private equity which have done debt structuring based on the property in Delhi, in certain places in Mumbai and Andhra, and even certain places in Bangalore. This NCDs, which they kind of sold it as a package, which they're not been, all of these actually is sitting in a bank book. I'm sure Sharad sir knows, how the banks keep shifting their bad books. Now also government has made a bad bank. I don't know. I'm not able to read much about it. I think they will probably push those bad things there. But I can only feel that with the bond market, I can see a very risky scenario at this point in time. I am not at all bothered about what equity does. I think equity will take so many years, in fact, to even come back to level of 18, 19,000. I don't know when. uh, but that's a few points. And last one point, in last couple of spaces I heard about Nifty PE. In fact, if you go and see, I've been trying to reach out to people who are very more followers of 20,000 people following all of them. They were been telling Nifty PE has come down below 20. Actually, NSE changed the PE calculation from standalone to consolidated PE. Typically, when this happens, is a sign that somebody is started the working on the market. That happened exactly in the peak of the market last year, I think, or July, August, September. उसके time पे हुआ था. So the peak was 40. If you go and see the chart of PE, currently it's showing 22. The reality is, they suddenly overnight they changed the PE level. Earlier, they used to only show standalone PE, which is always higher than the consolidated PE. So one has to be very careful. Today we are trading at, in my understanding, standalone PE of 27. Average PE of Nifty, which is a comfort level, is around in 1920. I'm talking about standalone. If I calculate that way, consolidated should be 13, 14 PE. So we have at least some decent amount of correction can be looked at from that so-called PE followers. The last one is price to book. Anybody listener, I'm sure a lot of experienced people are there. Price to book is very crazy. It's more than 4. 2020 we have a 2.4 or 2.3. We are almost double that. It's no investor, FIs, all that. They don't kind of look at PE. Mostly they look at price to book. In even the large companies, we are trading at crazy valuation at this point in time. I think it's better to be very careful in anything, and I'm sure Shah sir he's been really helping people. I think we should all follow what he's saying. That's a last thing I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
King
you
Investor.
very much, King Investor. One thing I want to point out is the difference between RBI rate and GSEC is almost 3%, and in coming month or 2 months, it would be the GSEC would be 8.5. So all in all, the borrowing cost of everybody is going to rise. It will take a toll, and things are really, really bad. What is the need to buy equity now?
Yeah, definitely, sir. But that's a risk, sir. I'm not sure. I'm sure RBI knows about this, and they're very vulnerable. And in last many years, you've never seen RBI coming out, in between the market and raising the rates and giving interviews on CNBC and stuff like that. These are all signs of panicking. In my experience, I used to trade debt early. I used to assist somebody who was to wholesale debt rate, debt papers. I used to do even state papers. Today, there are so many states which has borrowed heavily issuing the bonds. I think some of the states will default. Center, of course, has to step in, but I don't know to the what extent they will be able to do. Another 2-3% increase, the private rate will really be bad. And hope we don't have any lockdown. I think that will kill our market. Yes, sir.
Just a
Thanks.
moment, keen investor. Can you tell us something about yourself, please?
Sir, I worked in some large organizations, US based and London based, I'm Middle East, and now I'm settled in Bangalore. I manage some private clients' money and for myself, mostly product and client based requirement, customizing certain products globally. I have some experience in Indian banks as well.
And how old are you?
I am 45.
45. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be in touch with you.
Thank you, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Requendo.
Can I just? I'm very impressed by Kenan keen investors' observations. So I want to ask you one question.
Ask him directly.
Yeah, keen investor. Yeah, if what? Why was that such a large fall in the price to book as well as price to earnings multiple on consolidation? When they take consolidation, I just want to understand: do they actually adjust for minority interests, or they don't?
See, I've not done that. See, basically, let's, for example, you look at any company in the Nifty. On the price to book, what has happened is recently they've added, I think, couple of years back, Bajaj Finance Services and even the Titan. All these companies come with a heavy price to book valuation metrics. Consolidated typically when they issue a price to earning, NSE. I don't know why they never used to take consolidated, because personally we were always following the consolidated P. So when people were saying market is very expensive, we were feeling that market still has some room to go, because of we were following the long term averages of consolidated, which is not published by NSE. In fact, they give it to Bloomberg, I think, or I don't know whether I don't have a Bloomberg terminal now. I don't have an access, so I'm not done complete detail. But typically, they take, if my understanding is right, the companies which publish uh, their consolidated earnings on an annually basis. Because most of the companies in India, unfortunately, they don't give you the detailed report on a quarter-on-quarter basis. So you have to wait till the end of financial year to get that. Even some of them they delay. US, I think it's around 45 days. In India, anybody can just keep postponing their annual reports without giving any detail. So any fact that we find in Indian market has to be double checked. So coming back to the consolidated P, I am not very sure whether they add minority thing. I think they should take.
Yes, Requendo.
You pointed out that about Bajaj Holdings or Bajaj Finserv. I think Bajaj Finserv is a part of the thing. And Bajaj Finserv primarily gets its book value and value from Bajaj Finance, right? So, from that standpoint of view, by consolidating the company, you effectively are, putting a much lower value. Valuation of the company suddenly gets compressed. Similarly for Reliance Industries, they have sold 15% of their stakes in Reliance Jio platform as well as the retail business to outside investors. But if they don't take that into consideration while looking at the valuations, of consolidated, then you're right. It is pretty significant in terms of underestimating the valuation and overestimating the ROE.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thanks
The
a lot.
point, yeah, the point is, NSE is not very accessible. I write to them quite often, but they don't reply. Some of their products are very expensive for a normal, investor to kind of access. Bloomberg terminals are very expensive in India, unfortunately, and only in certain company. I don't think so. Bangalore, even the biggest fund managers have Bloomberg. I think so. That's where the thing is. People who are very powerful are able to manage the data. So end of the day, the retail investor, all of us, even if you're an HNI investor, your access to data is very limited. So until unless you know what you're looking for, so you have to look at the sign of the market from the debt market angle. I think that has a lot more story to tell than the equity. That's what my points. Yeah, thanks.
No, you have you tried some of these websites called Tijori, or which give, I think, Screener, which gives out a lot of information on financial metrics. It's worth looking at. In fact, I came across, I don't recall the name now. There's a US website which actually gives you forward estimates for companies in the US. Which is something that everybody would love to have, right? Typically, that's what a lot of people use Bloomberg for. But I was very impressed about your point about RBI. Although I don't agree, RBI is getting worried because of equity. RBI's only worry is how can I take care of government's finances, and how can I take care of reducing the interest cost on government's debt.
Yeah.
So it is very interesting. I think there was a lot of debate about the GDP number that came out. I personally don't believe in any of India's GDP numbers in the last 6 years, because they changed the way the GDP is calculated. But the way I look at GDP numbers is to use something which the RBI publishes, which is the on a year and half yearly basis. It's not perfect, but it gives you an idea, which is the commercial flow of funds. The flow of funds from various sources to the commercial sector. It will give you a fair idea of at least the non-government sector part of the GDP. And that data is something that you can trust, because at the end it's money, it's actual money, right? You can trust that data. As far as to my mind, the two biggest scams that people don't talk about, the first is so I was talking to you about the GDP data. So somebody did a nice comparison saying the 2022 GDP in absolute terms is just 1.5% higher than what it was in 2020. Now, when you think about that and say, oh, wow, okay, so if I just take 2 years, FY22 and FY20, our GDP has grown by 1.5%. What's interesting is that the currency notes in circulation have grown 30% for
Absolutely.
a 1.5% growth in thing. The RBI's M3, or the monetary base, again, I think has grown by 25-30%. That's very significant for a very small. And by doing so, they are effectively depressing savings banks rates, even when inflation is dramatically higher than what the government reports. So you are stealing effectively from the savers in a massive way. And why this is different from stealing from savers in the US is because in the US you have a very good social security system. In India, we have no social security system. Savings is the only social security system that we have in India. And essentially by depressing your interest rates, you are killing the saver, who's an old person who's saved, because you don't have a social security system. This, to my mind, is something that is just not appreciated by the public. There's nobody who's talking or writing about this, but in my view, it is a gross bad thing that has happened, because, and that's what RBI is effectively doing. So I don't think they freaking care about people. It's very sad. And one more interesting thing. Let's say I had by depressing your CPI, this is another interesting scam. And I'll tell you why it's a scam. Let's say I bought a real estate piece 10 years ago and I'm selling it today. If I depress the reported CPI, my inflation adjusted price, when I calculate capital gains, my inflation adjusted price is much lower. If I had a proper CPI, my inflation adjusted buying price is adjusted higher, so my capital gains reduces. But by suppressing CPI number, your capital gains actually increases, and so your tax that you pay increases. So on one side, you are effectively taxing people more by suppressing CPI. On the other side, you are suppressing deposit rates by printing so much of money, which again is causing very high inflation. And at the same time, that person is losing a lot of money, because ideally he should have got maybe 150 basis points higher interest. And if you just think about it, let's say hypothetically, I don't know what the real loss of interest is, but hypothetically, if there was 150 basis point loss of interest in a year on $2 trillion of deposits, you're talking about $30 billion. $30 billion is 210,000 crores. That's huge.
Yeah. No, very interesting points. See, in a basic level, layman language, I would like to, kind of dissipate the whole thing. If you closely observe, what the government is trying to do is kind to increase their social costs. They are actually depriving the long-term depositors. That's a very big cost, because the most of the middle class who depend on either rental income and a club of rental income and deposits, they've allowed 15 lakhs and PP, I think post office and fixed deposit schemes where they can get 7%. With this inflation, a lot of elderly people who are depending on purely based on deposits are really going to face a very, I can't even put words, because I've seen it happening. People are struggling. There are so many vacant because of the work from home. A lot of places are, especially the outskirts of Bangalore, there are a lot of empty places and stuff like that. But the main issue is that the undercurrent economy, which is on the cash economy, which is still robust. That is very dangerous. Even today, if you buy a real estate today, you can save now at least 25-30% at least in cash. So my overall thing is, in India, if you're an equity investor, from a FII angle, I could only see as a small cap. And small cap can be, has to be sold at certain point and bought at a lower end. This is the whole theory that I work. And also others, and you can probably fact find it. You can check on the state government bonds. I remember selling Sardar Sarovar Nigam Limited bond in, I think, 2001, 2002 at a IRR of 22%. Nobody was buying those bonds at that point in time. Today you have, I think I remember hearing from you or someone else. I think there are at least 10, 12 states are in going to be default mode, and you should see the Andhra who are raising money left, right, center, and somebody who's holding those bonds. How are they going to repay all that? So I think debt market bubble which is there in the market, which people are not speaking at this point in time, I think that will come back and hit us probably. I don't know when, but there is a huge risk.
No,
I want to ask you one thing. This
Yes, sir.
M3 is how much?
Sir, I have not gone into that now.
No, I was asking the fact finder.
Okay.
No, I have the figure right now with me, but
approx.
I don't have it. I don't even
40
try.
lakh crores.
I see. That's why I'm saying I don't recall how much it is, but I'm guessing. It is. I don't know what our money multiplier is. I need to figure that out. See, it's a number. It's in my mind, but I don't have an exact number. So don't even
No,
want to.
because after the demonetization, it was around 19 lakh crores.
Are you referring to cash and currency in
Yeah,
circulation?
yeah.
No. I'm not. See, there are two different things. M3 is different from currency in circulation. M3 is money.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, M3 is broader level of money. Currency in circulation is only your currency. Then you include deposits and you include fixed deposits, savings deposits,
No.
all of that
There is the
is
currency.
M3. So it's a mix. It's much broader.
Okay. So you know how much is the currency?
As a percentage of GDP, I think it's about 14%.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe 13.5, but it's higher, I think, than demonetization levels.
Yeah.
Which is ironical, right? We are talking about digital transactions. So Rohit might actually have some of these details. Rohit.
No, I don't. I just joined in, so I'm not clued on the conversation.
Or Anish might have them. He would be better, a bigger expert on this.
Anish bhai. नहीं है.
Anish Teliji.
नहीं है.
Samad, no, I just came because you're talking about that consolidated earnings part. So I just wanted to tell Fact Finder that we have accounting standard 21 and 27, 28, which deals with all the minority interest issues. So all that is netted off, and only then the consolidated earnings are reported. So that's so what Keen Investor said is actually correct. I was going to make that point, but then I didn't get into that. That from April 21 onwards, they changed the earnings which they take for reporting price earning multiple for the index from standalone to consolidated. So, but the accounting standards are pretty robust. But even then, after that, also it will have an impact of sort of you're not comparing like to like. You can't compare March 21 P to April 21 P. It's not the same anymore.
Keen Investor, जो आज अपन since you are also from Bangalore, there is one development which has happened today. So the embassy owner Virwani, he's gotten raided with IT. And do you have any clue of how big the size is?
No idea. I can't comment. But only thing is, when I think they bought this India Bull real estate, I think it's got clubbed, right? Or they purchased.
Yeah, they purchased it about a year back, I think.
Yeah. So all this, India Bulls, DHFL, S Bank, some of the older Ranbaxy, these were all one set of people group. In my, I think I may be wrong, which was siding something. Now, how this is all planning out, and so I think I think the embassy guys got into this WeWork, and they also
Yes, you're right.
yeah, they
Absolutely.
also bought this hotel. I think just peak of the market. He bought. Yeah, Hilton. I think there is some stress there because they also came with project which I think they couldn't sell on Devnali,
Ebal.
after Ebal, yeah.
On the right side.
Yeah. So I typically, don't look at real estate for obvious reason, because real estate stocks have not really given any shareholders return nor the prices until unless you bought property and something.
So not about the stocks over here. We're just seeing the kind of situation that's there in the real estate market, and that's the indication of what the economy is. So अभी यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है? So So
what I
research
was
will
trying to tell on that
yeah.
is this is something to do with the entire group. If you see, there is a systemic approach towards these groups. So you have to go and do understanding, because there was a owner who was in Coffee Day who committed suicide. All those are kind of a group. I think maybe
There's a lot of big
they're
politician
digging
money.
out certain things. Yeah.
चलो अभी कौन बोलेगा? रोहित भाई बोलेगा?
I'll go on listening mode, Abhishek.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can we invite Yogesh?
Yeah, why not? रोहित भाई आप बोलिए ना.
Invited.
मैं दो तीन ही फैक्टर देख रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मल्टीपल फैक्टर्स को हम लोग जोड़ने जाते हैं ना, तो क्लूज मिले ना मिले या कंफ्यूजन होता है. और ये दो तीन फैक्टर में मैं एक बोलूंगा आपका ऑयल के. तो ऑयल के जो भाव हैं, चाहे जो भी हो, नीचे नहीं आ रहे हैं. तो देयर इज वन फैक्टर टू कीप एन आई ऑन. पॉसिबिलिटी कि शायद $130 तक दोबारा जा सकता है. Second thing to watch out for, which we are seeing today, is US bond yields starting to rise again, and Indian bond yields almost breaking out of a 5-year trend line at around 7.42%. My sense is that once you move above 7.42%, we will see the Indian GSEC move towards 8.5 to 8.8 in the next several months. And the US 10-year also could then go towards above the recent high of 3.2%. This is the second risk that I think people may not be able to perceive right away. And the third one is on the currency itself. So this is itself sparking the dollar to continue to rise. And specifically in our case, if we watch the USD-INR for the last 8 days, it is not budged at all. जो भी बाउंस है मार्केट में, उसमें इट हैज रिमेन्ड फ्लैट. 78 से थोड़ा ही नीचे फ्लैट चल रहा है, मतलब कई दिनों से नो मूवमेंट. और इनफैक्ट ऑलमोस्ट आई थिंक 20-day एवरेज उससे कैचअप कर गया. भाव नीचे नहीं गया, एवरेज ऊपर आ गया, और उससे सपोर्ट लेके अगर दोबारा ऊपर जाएगा तो देन इट विल हेड टुवर्ड्स 80-85. So these are three major headwinds which I'm watching out for before really giving any importance to a bounce or market recovery.
Can I add just one point, Rohit?
Yeah.
0.4% is the yield on most banks' balance sheets. Okay. So if the yield actually goes above that, the interest that they earn will not be sufficient to take care of the losses on the bond portfolio. So 7.4% is very crucial for treasuries of banks.
Interesting.
रोहित भाई
जी,
आप 2 महीने के पहले कैसा लगता था, और अभी देखो कितना फर्स्ट क्लास लिखता है. कितना मीठा मीठा बात करते हो. But having said this, things are pretty bad. Inflation and this and that. So
no, but see, we have to take both sides. See, inflation जब था, उसका जब positive impact था, तो उस side पे भी चलना था. So I was mostly bullish because of commodities and commodity prices.
सर उस टाइम आप 60% कैपेसिटी पे काम करते थे, अभी 100% पे हो. देखो आपका चेहरा क्या खिल रहा है.
Sharad sir, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Yeah, sir. Thank you. Sir, मेरा question, I mean, just now as you said कि things are looking pretty bad. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, sir. So basically, I mean, most of the experienced people, most of the people who are there in market for a long time, they say that market runs on future probability, future expectations. So, sir, if things are bad currently, so I mean, do you think that things will become more bad, or I mean, if already things are in pretty bad shape, can't we, I mean, expect good things from the economy? I mean, this is just a question, sir.
See, as things are, we should be at 12,000. Okay.
Okay, correct.
And about in future, so I see for 4 years nothing is going to happen. There are so many accumulated problems. The government, RBI, they won't be able to solve because, as Rohit said, if 10-year is above 7.8 now, 7.8 over and out.
7.4.
No,
7.4.
no. If it rises to 7.8, it's gone. It's over and out. So I don't see and see, look, here I am not an astrologer or anything. I think we are headed for a very bleak future.
Okay. But sir, as you rightly mentioned in the beginning that it's basically all index management. So if we see within the market, I mean, there is already an very bad crash within the stocks, sir. So don't you think that I mean, they are managing the index and already the damage has been done for most of the companies? Like some stocks have fallen 60-70% from their highs.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I had something else to attend.
See, I'll just tell you that fortunately or unfortunately, and with all due respect to the people here who are into analyzing the fundamentals of the market, of the economic side of it, mostly what I have seen specific to India is that there are very few forward-looking models that really anticipate how the earnings and growth trajectory of the economy is likely to be over even a 3-month period. Because if you actually study it in terms of rate of change and are able to model that, then you will get a much better idea of when things are going to improve, because your whole idea is about forward looking. I do read a lot of such data, at least which is coming out of the US, is so far still indicating that even over the next quarter, you are likely to see further weakness in the US growth trajectory. So, in terms of consumption, consumer spending, housing, all of that is already acceleratedly slowing down even right now. So the slowing has not really stopped and is likely to continue at least for some more time, maybe even a month or two, at least months. For India, I think the least I've heard from some fund people is that at least for the next 2 quarters, we are not likely to see a pickup in the earnings growth on average. We will not talk about particular stock or sector, but on average, if you're looking at an index, you want to see that growth trajectory pick up. So you really need that insight to be able to tell that the worst is priced in the market, because market goes more by the sentiment of the time. If your trajectory of growth is not showing up, then market will keep undervaluing whatever is there.
Okay, thanks. One last question to Sharad sir and Rohit sir. So this inflation scare. I'm sure the inflation thing was there earlier also. Say 5 years, 10 years back. So how did the market cope up in that particular? I mean, how did the market react when there was this inflation thing? Say prior. 5-10 years back.
The market wasn't rising at all.
Okay, sir.
It was dipping down and down. And Rohit bhai, March 31st, earnings growth were 2% compared to 6% a year on year. This is the data. That's a friend.
Yeah.
Can I just add one point to Shetty? Shetty,
Yes, sir.
You make a very interesting point. I partially agree with you. See, India majority of Indian companies, I mean, if you look at the broader index, right, Nifty, right, you have Reliance Industries where they gain. I mean, the telecom sector today is making a ridiculous amount of profit. Absolutely a ridiculous amount of profit, and the government is allowing them to make more and more profit, obviously, to help Vodafone. But the fact of the matter is, as a consolidated industry, they're making some crazy amount of profit. So that's one important thing, and so that's not going to change anytime soon. Then if you take retail, right, retail is obviously, the competition in retail is pretty much decimated. There are only few retail, I mean, I can't even think of retail companies, with the exception of DMart, or maybe Reliance Retail, or maybe Tata's. That's about it, right? I mean, you really can't think of retail. I'm not talking about online, but I'm just saying in general. So that's going to continue. So if I look at certain aspects of the market, like IT is not going to get impacted, because structurally, today we're using certain number of apps. We're only going to increase the more number of apps we're going to keep using, right? So and that's that the use of IT will continue to rise globally, and so the business will keep growing. And the good thing is that it's attuned to, but if you think about IT, it affects 5.5 million people in the country, right? And so to that extent, when you look at each company within the index, right, a lot of them cater to a very small subsegment of India. So when we talk about the economy, we're talking about the broader economy. We need not necessarily, while the index doesn't really represent the broad economy. So just keep in mind about that.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so basically that is what my question was, that I mean, the damage, most of the damage, if you see individual companies, I mean, it is showing in their price, right? They are gone 60-80% down. So that's what my question was, that do we think that still there would be more pain, or the pain, most of the pain has been absorbed by these companies, uh, barring the index ones?
So let me put it this. Okay, you're right. See, it's a very chicken situation, right? If, for instance, there is more outflow that happen at the end of the day, valuations are not necessarily totally fundamental. It's driven by liquidity, right? If foreign institutional investors keep selling India, right, and I'll give you a perspective from a foreigner's point of view. Today, India's outperformed China massively. It's very hard for a foreign investor. Now, those same argument could have been made on Jan 1st, and people got pained by having the same view, even on Jan, where China has underperformed India. But today, if somebody were to look at it, okay, that best case India might give a 10% return. But if things turn around in China overnight, you can get a 50 to 100% return, because you have stocks like Alibaba and Tencent, which are trading at some 13, 15, 17 times earnings, right? They generate, I think Alibaba is at 12 times earnings. It's generating crazy amount of cash, okay? Crazy, insane. I think around 25, $30 billion, something like that. Maybe it was Tencent, but I'm just saying that's the kind of cash that these companies are generating, right? So can these stocks in one day go up or 25, 30, 40, 50%? Absolutely yes. So at this point of time, what would you do as an investor? You say, you know what? I know India can go up and outperform, but China can go up like 30, 40% just like that. So you are going to take your risk reward ratio. So the reason I'm saying this is because the outflow for foreigners continues. You are effectively sucking out money, right? And the RBI doesn't want the rupee to depreciate too rapidly. It wants the rupee to depreciate, but not too rapidly, which is why it'll keep sucking out liquidity. As foreigners take out money, they suck out INR liquidity. That reduces liquidity in the market, and that increases your cost of capital. So when that happens, even your large cap stocks, can correct from here. Now, if your large cap stocks correct from here, your mid cap stocks also can correct further, right? You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's all a chicken and egg situation, you know. At the end of the day, it's all about liquidity. I mean, we've had this entire rally from 2020 onwards till 2021 end purely on liquidity.
All the problem world is facing is because of liquidity, my dear.
Yes. Yeah, sir, please.
Yogesh bhai.
Yogesh Chandeji.
Yeah, thank you so much. I honestly don't track market so actively, unlike you all, except on the regulatory front, being my bread and butter. But I have a basic question to ask. See, I am basically a mutual fund investor, whether we like it or not, because of compliance and conflict issues at my end. But a question which comes to my mind is this DII buying on a continuous basis. No matter how much we hate mutual fund investors, don't we think it is because of them that whatever levels are, which we are seeing on a daily basis is attributable to them? Am I reading it wrong, correct? Any views around this? Anybody can please respond to that. Thank you so much.
Sharad sir.
No, you are absolutely right. It is only because of them that the market. We cannot absorb on our own so much of selling only for DII. Being there, the markets are stable. But I believe the DIIs, actually it means NPS, EPFO, NPF. They are the major buyers, not the mutual fund industry.
So there was
Yeah. So Sharad, sorry, fact finder. One point, and then you can perhaps take on. So Sharad bhai, why I am saying this is also that I was looking at the SEBI bulletin which was released the day before yesterday.
Yeah.
So the month of April saw net inflow as compared to month of March, which saw net outflow. Yes, I mean the 2 months data may not be relevant, but I think this entire theme of financial inclusion is playing out. On the other end, if you see the April demat accounts from since October 21, the demat accounts are gradually going down. Which one gentleman alluded to, that the entire problem is around liquidity, because these are those COVID investors who have entered the market starting March 2020. So I may be wrong, but I was just trying to connect the dots, and thank you for your response. Thank you so much.
I just want to, Yogesh, is that you get SEBI data on so if you, I mean, see, the simple way to track domestic mutual fund flows is simply to look at, at the end of the day, it all has to boil down to how much of money they get as inflows through, monthly. That monthly number is available. Plus, you can, to some extent, guesstimate how much they invest in the, private market, the IPOs and, capital raising deals. So clearly, the gap has been made up by LIC and then EPFO. Now the government has started introducing NPS also. So an NPS is very recent, and so it's very sad that effectively they're trying to use this just to manage the market. They're not supposed to take so much risk by buying the market at expensive valuations, but they are doing it. And a best example of this was, just look at who applied in the LIC IPO. A lot of NPS accounts applied in the IPO from the anchor book. That itself tells you what the government is doing with public money. They have to maintain a narrative. There is no way that just the mutual funds can support the market. On the retail bit, I just want to tell you, there was a very interesting tweet put out by Nitin Kamath of Siroda. And he says that, actually there are only 30 million demat accounts that really are matter. Out of the 100 million demat accounts, 70 million of them have a balance of less than 10,000 rupees. They're totally irrelevant. And out of the 30 million, if you try and crisscross, I have 5 demat accounts, right? And 2 of them are at least well above the 10,000. So I'm just saying there are a lot of people who have that, and within the same family, you have multiple people, right? You'll have for your daughter's mother, son, whatever. So the number of people getting represented also within that is just about 15 to 20 million people according to him, or even lesser in terms of number of people, and in terms of number of families even lower. So while there is this entire hullabaloo that retail investors. So I did this analysis comparing retail ownership of the stock market versus what it was in 2017. It hasn't. Retail investor ownership has increased, no doubt, because it went down. But today, it is what it was in 2017. It's not got higher than that. It's only the mutual fund ownership that has gone higher.
Yogesh bhai, what's your opinion? Is this good enough that every day they support the market?
No, obviously, if that is true, that they shouldn't use this as a stabilizing mechanism. But I have no further insights around this, frankly speaking. So, would not want to speculate or assume or rely on any conjectures. But it may be true. I'm sure you all are much better experts than me, sir.
Yeah.
Yogesh, the data is all in the public domain. People need to connect the dots. And I'll give you a very interesting example of how you can connect dots. Back in 2018 March, it was very apparent to some of us that the NPFCs were going to face a crisis, liquidity crisis. In fact, I know a person who wrote a letter to investors saying there will be a liquidity crisis for NBFCs. And his basis of analysis is very, very simple. In the year 2017, January onwards, you had demonetization impact. That's when mutual fund inflows took off in a big way, in a massive way. And everybody started talking about financialization of savings. I think the financial year 2018, if I recall, we had a $25 billion inflow into mutual funds. That was, huge. Now, just for perspective, and hear me as I'm trying to tell you this. Typically, debt mutual funds are larger than equity mutual funds, right? So, if equity mutual funds saw a $25 billion inflow, the logical assumption would have been that debt mutual funds would have also seen a dramatically higher inflow because it was financialization of savings, right? And your bank deposits rates were plummeting, right? But the surprise was that there was no inflow into debt mutual funds in financial year 18, even while equity mutual funds saw $25 billion inflow. That was a red flag because 30% of the funding from NBFCs in India was coming from mutual funds, but 55% of incremental funding was coming from mutual funds. Right? If mutual funds were not seeing inflows, how are they going to fund NBFCs? And every NBFC was talking about 25 to 30% growth. Anybody who could just, in the debt market would have figured out that you're going to face a liquidity crunch for for NBFCs. It was so apparent. And you know what? Everybody got shocked, right, when it really happened. It was so easy to predict it. I know a guy who predicted it.
No, thanks for that clarification, but let me add on one last point and then over to others. See, people like us who are associated with securities market, whether by choice, voluntarily, or because of conflict reasons, we typically avoid investing directly in equity. And therefore, the best option available is either AIF or mutual funds. Assuming, yes, I'm not denying all that, or I'm not saying this is not whatever you all said is not correct. Yes, data is all there in public domain. But from my perspective, if I have to ask myself, which is the other asset class, therefore, for me to invest and look for that inflation beating returns. Now, no matter what, yes, we can continue to debate this, but honestly speaking, other than gold, definitely not real estate, I don't see any other avenue available to me to invest through the mutual fund route, honestly. Because PMS, again, the same compliance issues arise. AIF, the ticket size is again on the higher side, but having said which, therefore, somebody like me, whether you call it a compulsive investor or otherwise, but the only other avenue to invest, and rather than leaving the funds behind in savings account, the only option available invariably is mutual fund route, isn't it? What do you say?
Absolutely. And so that's the point, right? That today RBI has artificially suppressed deposit rates. Your GSEC is quite high. We're talking about credit growth taking off substantially. If you look at the incremental deposit to credit to deposit ratio, it is, I think, above 85-88%. You cannot have credit growth continue to grow, and we know why credit growth is taking off, because starting every year you have a cycle of contract renewal, right, for your raw materials, and 70% of credit is corporate credit is linked to raw material, is linked to working capital. So as your April onwards contracts start kicking in, your raw material prices get revised higher, which is what is driving the credit growth, right? And if credit growth continues to take off, which it will because of inflation, right, delayed inflation, then you will have to raise deposit rates. I don't know when deposit rates will go up and how quickly they will go up. But if they go to 8.5%, is that attractive enough for you? Yogesh, is that attractive enough for you? 8.5%.
Honestly, no.
Why? No, according to me, you won't have returns in equity mutual fund for at least 2-3 years. Or if you take small cap, you might have returns. But in large cap and mid caps, you won't have returns. So if I were you, I would deploy in debt mutual fund at 8.5%. Yogesh bhai.
No, I see your point. Sir, the way I do it, at least for myself,
Yes.
I typically go down the route of investing in sectoral funds or small cap, mid cap funds. Even after the current bloodbath, say for example in technology funds, my entry point is much lower. So I am still in the money even if I have to exit. So honestly, 2-3 years is too short a period for me. Yes, I mean, I'm not trying to debate around what is long term, etc. But yeah, but sir, just last point that I am willing to stay invested longer, privileged not to redeem anything so far. So that is
No,
the
you shouldn't.
yeah. So I'm looking for say 5 years, 7 years. Yes, I mean that may not be favorable to many, but somebody like me who is okay to stay invested beyond 5 years also. So this is where I was coming from. But thank you, Fact Finder. Thank you, Sharad bhai. Thank you so much.
साफिर भाई बोलो.
Hi, मैंने तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं. I didn't have any view. I just I'm listening to the conversation that you guys are making.
Safir, I have a question for you.
Hanji, sure.
There was an interesting report that was published, I think, by the PM's Economic Advisory Council on the, the inequality in India. Now, if you ask me, that's very unusual for the government to come out with a report, especially from the PM's Council, to say inequality in India has actually expanded. Do you think this is a trial balloon for a tax hike?
Well, there is speculation already that there is going to be a tax hike, but let's not forget that the government at every juncture has said that we are going to support businesses. There is not, in fact, the most beaten down businesses are being supported by the government. They are making policies on textiles, they are making policies on every single sector that you actually will not put as a priority. I'm not talking about the very conspicuous sectors like IT, etc., or pharma, where India took claim. They are coming out with policies to do with fertilizers, with to do with agri inputs. They're coming out with fertilizers on distribution, logistics. So what is left? Infrastructure also now. In fact, the government has made a statement that one of the reasons of passing on the GST dues to the state is that the infrastructure project should not be delayed. And let me clarify one point just for the benefit of everybody. I do not agree with the fact that the statement that is made, in fact, I'm going to tweet on it, that there is a slowdown in the opening of demat accounts. You must read Hindu Business Line. There is a very accurate statement there. In Hindu Business Line, it says that the average run rate of demat accounts in India was only 3 lakhs in 2019. That run rate shot to 8.5 lakhs for the year 2020. In 2021, it shot up to 20.8 lakhs. The bulk of that increased to 43.4 lakhs because of LIC's IPO. Because LIC for 6 months was telling you people that if you have a policy, open an account, do this, etc. Secondly, a lot of these accounts were opened only to facilitate the mega filings that were happening in IPO. They were bogus accounts and they have been corrected. So actually the run rate is, after all this, is coming to 24.3, which on a secular trend is still up year after year after year after year. So I do not see that there's a slowdown in any form in opening up of these new accounts. It's just that the nature of activity is moving from speculative IPOs to genuine investing. And look at it, on one side we're talking about market drops. I don't know, I do not know what are these scripts, that maybe there may be scripts, but I do not know the scripts that have fallen 60s to 70%. I mean, if you're talking about India, I'm not talking about US. But on the other side, we say that the market is not falling and the market is supported. Just this week, the small cap index is up 7%. So what I'm trying to tell you is that market always is supposed to be opportunity. If you find the valuation rich in something, you're not supposed to be there. Now, for Nielsen surveys just today come and said consumer sector is stressed. But who's asking you to buy 60, 70p companies in consumer? And tomorrow, if let's assume that they sell some consumer companies and there is a weightage impact of that because of their selling of that, and say Nifty goes down, so be it. You don't have to be see, how are you concerned with Nifty if you don't own Nifty and you're going to buy stocks? Look at this. In this last few days, the most strong sector has again turned out to be banking. Look at the move in ICICI Bank. Look at the move in even some PSU bank. There are PSU bank, two examples. I know Canara Bank and Bank of Baroda. They were up 10% for the week. So it's all a stock pickers market. It's always supposed to be. Also, you know what? I personally believe that the US market will see a slowdown. And a lot of that slowdown will move towards Asia. Some of it will go into China. It's not possible the Chinese market will not rebound, particularly after the opening that they've announced today. Some of it will happen in other parts of thing. India will also get allocations. You cannot have FDI. You cannot have FDI coming into the country in the absence of FI investing. FDI will cause the infrastructure change. I don't mean infrastructure companies. It means a lot of enhancement. By the way, government has yesterday announced that they're looking at the ease of doing business index, and they've asked for recommendations to be implemented immediately. कुछ तो होगा ना उसका फायदा. They cannot be in isolation because their mantra is also simple. See, it's not as if the government does not need money. They have understood that the only way to get money is to keep increasing the interest of the business because they get collections through GST. And that is their focus now. And I don't think personally, I mean, I could be completely wrong. I don't think personally the government is going to impose tax on individuals or on corporates. So therefore, the scope of taxation is not there. The scope of taxation is from attacking the lack of the taxpayer base. And every single effort is based upon that effort.
Our fact finder wants to make a point.
Safir, if you continue, it's okay. I just want to listen to what Safir has to say.
No, Apollo, please. I just chipped in to give my perspective of facts.
I'll just tell you three things. Safir, you made an interesting point about demat accounts. I would just counter that by saying, you have a lot of demat accounts that are being created by a lot of these startups. They're coming free. So the question is, it's not about whether the demat accounts are getting created. It's about whether they're relevant. The second point is, if you look at the cash market volumes, right? That cash market volumes peaked in 2021 February. That's almost 15 months ago. So from that perspective, there's no correlation between demat accounts and cash volumes. Ideally, that should have gone up. As far as your point is concerned about buying stocks and selling stocks at good valuations, I totally agree with you. And if you actually, there's some very interesting data that's been published by the RBI for the last 5 to 6 years, where they look at, and they have published this data going back about 15-20 years. It basically gives you data on the average deposit rate in the banking system and the average lending rate in the banking system for loans, for private sector and public sector banks, and then clubbing together as well for the system. And what's interesting is that I think it was in 2018 onwards that entire divergence between deposit rates and lending rates started moving in opposite directions. As a consequence, your net interest margin kept expanding month after month, quarter after quarter, year after year. It peaked out in December or November 2021. From there on, now it has started declining. The system-wide cost of deposits has bottomed out and started moving up, and the system-wide lending rates have started moving down. And so, to that extent, we all know why banks are doing well in general is because obviously the Indian banking system has never in its history seen such amazing net interest margins, and obviously that's come at the cost of depositors. And at the same time, given the fact that the banking system has hardly lent to corporate India since 2017, 2018, if you look at the corporate loan rates, corporate lending growth versus say WPI, it's been actually negative because corporate India has been deleveraging, and you know that better than I do. And so there is no stress on the banking system, which is why I think you're right, banking system is in a sweet spot. The question is that for you to get returns in such a sector, there has to be an element of positive surprise.
Yes, see, the point I'm trying to make is that in the last few months, don't forget that there has been a slowdown in rural India. The slowdown in rural India has been accentuated by inflationary pressures. The focus of the government effectively, because of the need to sort of look after masses, has also been to address only inflation from a rural perspective. That is why the entire focus is also to bring down the prices of certain essential things that matter to a lot of people. as far as and rural India becomes very relevant from an equity market perspective, because it doesn't mean rural, it also means tier 2, 3, tier 4, etc., which were very strong growth points for the equity market. The second point is, as far as urban India is concerned, right now the priorities of urban India are different. Urban India right now is on a spending splurge when it comes to food and travel. It's just the nature of spending that is changing. I do not know a single person in my social circle who is not going out repeatedly to eat out or to travel out. Please go and see the line, and I can tell you this. Please go to, and I spoke to VFS today, just generally to take out data. You should find out the average waiting time and the number of visa applications that are coming for foreign travel. So what I'm trying to say is only a prior. Of course, if somebody wants to spend a lavish amount of money to go to Europe or go to America or go to somewhere in the world, or even to go to hill stations here, look at the rates of the hotels and what is happening there. The Restaurant Association has put out data that in the last 2 months they've been able to equate the entire year's growth, which is what I tweeted yesterday and today. Almost all the food restaurant stocks were up 10%. So my point is, this will change. It's not as if suppose I only want to travel. It's not I'm going to travel the next 10 months. So right now people are, for the urban India, the savings have been impacted just because there's been a cardinal shift in the nature of their behavior. In rural India, that stress is going to, today, by the way, both Escorts and Mahindra said tractor sales are picked up. So what I'm trying to say is, let us see. See, this Janet Yellen has today made a statement where she's indicated that she has absolute confidence in the fact that the US is tackling inflation. The data that came out last week, which was sub 5%, was the first indicator. And the US market has gone through its jitters. We are not seeing the kind of market now in US in the last few days where the market is moving 800,000 points a day. That itself, first the market doesn't have to go up. First the market has to stop falling. I'm not saying that the market is going up. Let's not misunderstand this. What I'm saying is, and what I've been saying for the last 3 months is, first sign is the market must stop falling. The moment it stops falling, and I said this in at least about 6 talks on whatever Twitter spaces, that the retail behavior will change the moment the market falls, because retail had not seen losses for 2 years. If the market stops falling, and for example, there was a 600-point Nifty rally, please do a search now on Twitter using Twitter analytics and seeing, all of a sudden now people will ask what are the ideas. You give it another 3 days of rally, they'll come back in the market. Even the FIs will come back. The FIs are seemingly selling, but have you seen the amount of short covering they've done in the future segment? So they will stop, because they had, from an FI perspective, a lot of their liquidity was trapped. They could not sell Russia, then they could not sell Hong Kong, and then there were some liquidity pressures when it came to China. Then they had losses in cryptocurrencies and other assets and ARK fund and whatever XYZ. So if that stops and they get liquidity, because China liquidity has started, in fact, they've been selling in China. So then I'm not trying to say the market will go up. I'm saying the market may stabilize at some point of time. And between that stability, the market is giving you ample opportunities to buy individual stock stories.
I just want to add one point over here. While Safir, I think that using your circle is like talking about India's top 0.001%. And let me just put this number out here. India has a population of 1.4 billion people, but the number of apartments that are sold in India are only 400,000 apartments. The whole of Bangalore sells 50,000 apartments, but the whole of Bangalore has huge number of IT guys, and the IT guys are adding 500,000 people across the country. So I'm just saying that when we talk about, association and tickets of and hotels, we have only 85 to 90,000 hotel rooms in the country. That's about it. Less than 1% or 0.5% of Indians travel abroad for holidays. India is in pain. It's not rural India alone. In fact, it is.
So let me just give you one statistics. Just the French embassy has today confirmed 40,000 applications a day.
No, I agree with you. But what is it as a
But that could
number
also
of
be pent up.
in our country. It is no, but you know what I'm trying to say is, look at I'm giving an example of magnitude. Now, for obviously you're right that somebody may not travel overseas. I'm not trying to overstate that, but for a lot of people, that travel may be substituted by eating outside. For a lot of people, it may be celebrated. I will tell you something. I represent a large part of the fashion fraternity. I can tell you that the fashion fraternity says we have never seen such buoyant sales. It is either the effect of marriages that did not happen for 2 years, or the need for people to now get their relatives and friends together and do something of that sort. It is becoming, I organize at least about 26 live events where I'm a strategist. It is impossible to get locations. These are not marriages. This is like the literature festival, a music festival, or a fashion festival. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there is data points that are supportive. After all, don't forget, even today the government disclosure that has come in on the deficit says that it will actually be, the government will curtail its spending by 0.2%.
It's
And that
bad
is,
for the market.
no, it isn't bad for the market, because that expenditure curtailing is by cutting down a lot of subsidies that are not happening, which they otherwise would have given. Don't forget, this year they will not have to do vaccination. There'll be many such expenses where the government will be able to save expenses on other front.
In
And
fact,
I'll tell you today itself. Just look at this, and this example I was giving even yesterday when we were on the other chat. Today, the government has actually encouraged the sugar companies to reach the 10 million mark, which is actually the export mark. ये policy बदल जाएंगे. You know, I'm not trying to say, see, I don't own, for example, metal. It's not necessary that the government may not revoke this export ban, because they will also want capex to happen. It's just that they were waiting for some method of stability. That stability was going wild. For example, India may intensify its Russian oil. They already started that move. It may accentuate it even more. I don't know. I'm not a government policy maker. I'm just giving you an example. There may be. हाँ जी.
ये दो जन कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं, तो उनको सुन लेते हैं पहले. E.D. Srinivasan.
Yeah, hi Sharad bhai. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I love this Twitter space. I'm the most unusual voice till now. मैं retail punter हूँ. I have gems in my portfolio, like I bought IVRCL Infra at 50 rupees, saw it go to 200 rupees. Now it's 25 paisa. I have Deccan Chronicle, which I bought many years ago in the 2006, 7, 8 bull run and bubble.
Yeah.
So, but professionally, I'm a marketer. I've been marketing director of Coca-Cola and a couple of other companies. So I find this a completely narrative market. It is so devoid from reality.
Yes.
तो शरद भाई, आप जो कह रहे थे about economic momentum, I move a lot in the MNC crowd, because that's my background of colleagues and network. Nobody has any belief in the Indian consumer story. ये बड़ा सीमेंट कंपनी बेच के चला गया, and
चला गया.
And they are big companies. They've operated in 50 countries. They are big thugs also. They know how to handle rough countries. ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई British में वो चाय पीता and all that. So even hardened guys are writing off the India consumer story, because it is amply clear to anyone who tracks consumer as a profession. The MNC sort of head office mandate. So for Coke, it's Atlanta. For Pepsi, it's New York. For Levers, it's London and Netherlands and all that. The mandate for all these companies, all of them, is India has moved into what is called the harvest bucket. इधर जो पैसा इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए चाहिए कर लो, बट उसके ऊपर हमको प्रॉफिट अभी वापस दो. So India has moved off the invest list, which it was for a long time. So you saw Jeff Bezos come and dance in an auto rickshaw. Coca-Cola global CEO came and attended Mukesh Ambani's, son or daughter's wedding. सब लोग आके सब कुछ पैरीपौना करके गया है. So these guys are very business driven. अगर उनको invest करना है, they will come, they'll make friends, they'll create a network, they'll try and get tax lobbying in their favor and so on. None of them have traveled to India. You don't see a big bank CEO, you don't, except the tech guys like a Google and Facebook, who need the daily active user farm, like Netflix guy. He knows India is only going to give users, but it will protect his Wall Street kind of image. So the Indian consumer story is over, and we are in a massive, and I speak as a professional marketer, not as a trader, we're in a massive narrative overstretched position, to borrow some of the technical phrases. I'll give a simple example. In 20 years of FMCG experience, AC Nielsen ka FMCG panel has never recorded a volume decline. Never. Quarterly basis. Monthly kabhi kabhi hua hoga. It has recorded that last December. And it has not made major news anywhere. Though in terms of weightage, it's almost like an HDFC bank getting a 5% NPA. That would be big news, right? So this is as big a news as that. And economically, the heart of the Indian economy is the consumer. Consumer के पास पैसा नहीं है. He can't buy cars. He can't buy bikes. He can't travel on the airports that Adani is building. He can't import goods through the ports that somebody else is building, and so on and so forth. Therefore, we don't need bank managers who will give him loans. We don't need insurance companies who will give him insurance cover. We don't need so many hospitals. So the whole Indian economy rests around the consumer story, and that has been brutally wrecked. I think there is, I can bet you cannot get even one of the top 100 companies, CMOs, to stand in public and paint a bullish consumer story. कोई नहीं आएगा. And I challenge you. कोई article नहीं लिख रहा है, कोई कुछ नहीं लिख रहा है, saying India's story is bright, this, that. Everyone is quiet. People who are tom-tomming the Indian consumer revival, I find, are purely financial market specialists. They're talking about, and they are maybe not privy to the depth of the damage of the Indian consumer segment. And हम सब देसी हैं, we all wish a bright future for the country. So they may be reacting to pent up spending and so on. Like you saw the Maruti chairman and Rajiv Bajaj separately explained last year कि lockdown अगर 6 महीना माल नहीं बिका, that means 100 units a month into 6 months. The 7th month, I should sell 100 plus 100. Instead, he was selling 115. So that means there's an 85% drop in the core demand. That nobody noticed. And obviously, Dalal Street moves on quarterly earnings. People are celebrating 15% growth in earnings and all that. And it's a relief. Saying ये कोविड बकवास बंद हो गया, ये यूक्रेन वॉर थोड़ा कम हो रहा है, तेल का दाम शायद स्टेबल हो रहा है. But the long-term story is very, very, I think nobody else is buying it. No foreigner is buying it. They are not doing tactical sales. Whatever I understand, they're going to exit maybe 5 to 10% of their holding over the next 3 years. That's why they're doing it quietly. They're trying not to shock the markets. And as Ramdev Agarwal ji said, Indian retail investor is giving FI a very easy exit. So that I just wanted to give this point on the economy. I just have a quick point on the scam part, Sharad bhai, क्योंकि last time भी यही हुआ. Last time तो मैं अभी भी holding है मेरा वो 25 पैसे का share and 15 पैसे का share. But this time at least I played more tactical. Rohit got very bullish. I'm a follower of Rohit's India charts, and thank you, Rohit. I was cynical, but I said bullish खेलो. आपने reflation trade बोला तो मैंने किया, पैसा बनाया. This time the scam actually is on central bank balance sheets. So there is the only case for a short-term bull run for the next 1 month, 3 months, 6 months is actually the most cynical one, which is what the fact finder very beautifully explained कि मतलब savers का band बज रहा है, inflation बढ़ रहा है, as others also pointed out. It can continue. RBI can shadow print more money and keep things going. Even in Sri Lanka, like someone pointed out, I think Sharad bhai pointed out. But till the last minute, they didn't come out on the streets and protest. So this thing can go on because now the central banks and the governments who've got a big bubble. And I just want to highlight today's news that the Bank of England, आज day one of quantitative tightening शुरू हुआ. A lot of Twitter chat around it. Same day, Bank of England is planning to bail out stable coins because they are linked to the bonds and the pound of the UK government. Which means, I mean, we can just imagine kitna bada kaand hua hai wahan pe. That already they're talking about bailing out one of the most fraudulent asset classes we have seen in our lives. So there could be a
Sir,
bullish case. It's a
sir,
very
before
cynical one.
you go any further, sir.
Okay, I'll just draw some parallels based on what
नहीं,
some of the things
रोहित भाई,
that.
रोहित भाई, एक मिनट.
Sure, sure.
Srinivasan, what's your name? Edie?
Yeah, call me Srini, sir.
Srini. And
Yeah.
you are a marketing manager or marketing professional?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you solemnly declare that whatever you have said is the truth and only truth?
Yes, sir.
So we are in a very bad situation.
We are worse than you may think, sir.
Okay.
तो आपका बहुत experience and I bow to that. But I'm a professional marketer. I've been top 10 of this game.
So let me
many
give a counter to this. As a person who handles the largest IP in the entire country, I have not seen a single client in this segment slowing down. I'm talking about foreign. When we come to including Coca-Cola, whose project I'm working right now, you can read the while Coca-Cola is not, I'm not sharing data in India. You can read the data of Varun Beverages. The second point is when we are analyzing FDI, India had its highest FDI last year, which was at $82 billion. What has happened is that the structure of FDI has changed. 44% of the FDI came only in the hardware and the software segment, where even today, I mean, yesterday Apple has made an announcement that they are looking at shifting the entire production to India. And let me assure you that I work on that project, so I will not be able to talk more than that. The third point that I want to tell you is that apart from the hardware and software, the second highest investment came in infrastructure, which was followed by services sector. So nobody here is making a case for consumer growth right now because of inflation. Other thing, I respect Hindustan Unilever the most, and I go by exactly the kind of statement that they have made in public, where they're saying it is difficult. And that destruction is coming in for many reasons. There are new channels, there are new products, there are a lot of startups, there are many other things that are happening, margin pressures and other things. But it does not mean that there are segments of, like for example, in this market, if you look at manufacturing stocks, and I'm talking about MNC manufacturing because we're talking about FDI, each one of those guys, and read what Timken has said today. Look what happened to the stock. It went up 30% for this week because Timken said this is the best time for us to be in India. So it's not correct that all these guys are backing out and they're saying it's not there. SKF has made the same statement, and the entire bearing industry. Why just pick it out? I'm just giving you examples.
I know, Safir bhai. Just two qualifiers. One is
Iri, can I speak about one thing? Okay.
Sorry,
See,
quick one.
Let
Keen
him
investor.
speak. Fact finder, let him speak. Edie, go ahead.
हाँ, दो quick points. एक तो upper India party कर रहा है. That I grant you. I myself have made a lot of money trading. It's more money than I made savings in my career, and I worked very hard in my operating career. The second is the VC bubble or whatever we call it. I'm very grateful. Top 3 crore of India is partying like we're rich as New Yorkers. So that is influencing a lot, but eventually 3 crore cannot make up for what used to be a 30, 40 crore middle class, over a decade. Second quick point I'll make and run away is सब लोग गलती करता है सर इन्वेस्टमेंट में. As a marketer, I've made campaigns like, and KB I think is on the call on Thumbs Up, called आज कुछ तूफानी करते हैं. पहला साल में 40 crore spend किया, and eventually it was extended for a decade. I also spent 40 crores on a campaign called Manno Bhavi on Coca-Cola, which was a complete disaster. So we killed it, and hopefully none of you remember it. So a lot of these guys, other than the tech crowd, will eventually conclude, if not already, that galti ho gaya. Sorry, I'm cheating. Last point. There's a manager misincentive in the VC community, and it's very powerful because they sit and have drinks with like the richest pension fund managers in the world and so on, and which is to extend and pretend the India opportunity because VCs make 2% of the fund they're managing, and there's an additional incentive on the markup that they record. So that's why I was saying there's a cynical case for a continuing bull run. क्योंकि बड़ा लोग अभी ये खेल रहा है, तो जब गिरेगा भी तो like Sharad bhai warned, it's going to be quite nasty and it will last for quite some time. Sorry, end of my rant.
No, Srinivasan. No, one last thing. Unilever. I somehow feel they are instrumental in managing their stock.
Agree, sir. That's all I'll say.
I just want to add something, Srini. You're right about the consumer, and I think that's where there's a dichotomy between what.
शरद भाई बीजा नेता कापो भाई
Yeah, sorry. What I was saying is there's obviously a dichotomy between what Safed is saying and Srini is saying, and I think there is data to prove both. But Safed, I just want to highlight two things to you. One is if you actually look at the companies which are if you look at the companies which are in the QSR space and you do a same store sales growth and you adjust it for the price hikes that they have done for the last 5 quarters, Jubilant has seen negative volume growth on a per store basis 5 quarters in a row. Okay, and this is at a point of time when people were more bothered about hygiene, right, because of COVID. Okay, and you take this number through a lot of the other QSRs. They are not seeing that kind of volume growth. There might be a spike here and there. Let's take an example of Phoenix Mills. If you take Phoenix Mills data and you adjust it for inflation of the price hikes that people have taken in various consumer discretionary items that you sell through Phoenix Mills, you actually have still seen a decline. And this is despite the fact that the rich are rocking. Okay, and Phoenix gives very good data across how much is the throughput of revenue within their their malls. So the consumer is hurting. We have to admit it. As long as we keep not admitting it, it's a problem. The second part is, if I look at there was this recent comment made by the Maruti chairman himself, and this was not even a month and a half ago. He said, "My butter is gone." Right? That's what he said. So he didn't clearly, I mean, it must have taken a lot of courage for him to say that in public. And it's not long ago. This is like a month ago. The third point is on India's ease of doing business, and you'd be in a better position to comment on this. That if you look at India's ease of doing business and break it down into what is really important, I think when it comes to the contract part, India's ranking sucks. It is quite bad. And I think that matters a lot. Final point I wanted to make is I think it's Amazon, Xiaomi, a lot of these companies, Microsoft, and several companies are tying up together and making a noise saying that the government is going against foreign companies. So while you're right, they might still be doing business with you. But today I think there was a public article saying that these companies have gone together to question the government as why you're trying to go against several foreign companies.
Yeah, I'll give you answers on all the 4 points. First of all, when you talk about the QSR sector, I will not specifically talk about Domino's because I'm the one who did the Domino's, who brought Domino's in the country. So I will not speak and they're a client. But effectively, you have to look at the cumulative volume of Zomato plus Swiggy. It's just that the preference of the QSR segment has shifted because more avenues have got available. The cumulative ticket size of the QSR sector has gone up massively. I did both Burger King and Domino's, I can tell you. And I cannot comment upon what Domino's new CEO will do because that induction has only happened yesterday, but let us see over time. Second part is when you're talking in context to the government crackdown, the government crackdown is essentially China focused. And it has to do with a lot of national security interest, on which again I will not speak because it is matters that are being discussed in the parliament and of which certain people may be on advisory committees. It is India's crackdown on data and India's way of telling China you back off from the territories that they're intruding into. if the situation was of the same nature vis-a-vis the other parts of the world, US would have not come in just signed a deal. India, UK would have not signed a cooperation deal. Singapore would have not signed a cooperation deal, and neither would have Dubai. And Apple would have not come and said, "Look, I'm ready to come to India." In fact, even Tesla says, "I'm ready to come to India, but I want to manufacture in China," because he's got an order procurement that he's committed to. The third part of it is, as far as Microsoft are concerned, the acquisitions of Microsoft continue to be in place. It is, in fact, the investments are much. If you hear right from Bill Gates' own mouth, he still believes that India, and Zuckerberg's own mouth, they both believe that the growth engines for these companies are only going to be India. The point is that there is a shift, that tactical shift. See, I was never bullish on consumer, so actually I don't have any problem if you don't like consumer and all. I mean, I don't like those stocks anyways, because those are matrices where efficiency has been squeezed out. The problem with consumer companies is they have squeezed out all the bottom line efficiency, and they are exorbitant in terms of valuation, facing challenges from the emergence of small and medium sector companies that are coming and challenging them. Today, a lot of products that you consume could be Ayurvedic, they could be organic. There are many other avenues of food that are emerging, which are a problem for them. After all, don't forget that even in this, I don't own shares as example, but look at it, within this, there are segments, whether they came from Ruchi, or they came from Patanjali, or they came from Adani Wilmar, or they came from God knows how many, Nika came and somebody else came, and so on, so on, it kept growing. Don't forget, Nika does private labels. Somewhere it's going to challenge Unilever, and it will challenge Procter & Gamble.
Safir, I need to give other people chance to talk. So fair and
शरद सर, मेरा एक सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन है. आई मीन, मैं एक बहुत
Parimal bhai, please wait. DGRS, can you please speak?
Yeah, hi.
Bolo.
So good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So we were just discussing valuations some time ago, and some people were of the opinion that the valuations are becoming attractive, so maybe we can start deploying money. But I don't think valuations are great, so I don't want to comment on the Nifty as such. But if you look at some of the stocks in our market, which are part of the Nifty, I think they're still extremely overvalued. So I'll just give you a few examples. So you see Maruti, it's currently trading at PE of 60 plus, and Ford Motors is available at 4.8 PE. Similarly, you see HDFC Life at 104 PE, and you have Cigna, which is a $85 billion insurance company in the US, available at 16. And then you have companies like Sun Pharma at 63 PE, and Pfizer, which is perhaps the best pharma company in the world, is available at a PE of 12. So I think these kind of PEs are not sustainable for a very long time. And, we can keep giving the argument that India is a growth story and everything. But you can't have Indian companies trading at 5-6 times their peers. So I think there's still a lot of correction, a lot of heat that needs to be taken out from the market, including even in the larger stocks. And if you go down the list of mid caps and small caps, I think we are all seeing what is happening there. So I don't think this is a time to deploy fresh capital in the market as of now. And even if you don't want to go ahead and short the stocks, I think you're better off sitting in cash, or as Sharat sir suggested, maybe moving some money into a debt fund, and just enjoying the savings bank rate, because I think it'll do far better than equities, at least for the next 1.5 years, because this valuation reset has to happen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and hence the market leaders change. That is a summary of the entire submission. You are only looking at existing leaders and not future leaders.
No, Safir. I suggested to him 20 small caps.
सर, मैं आपकी बात से तो अग्री कर रहा हूँ ना. मैं यही तो बोल रहा हूँ कि नए लीडर्स ढूंढो. क्यों? If you find, I don't think his logic is wrong when he says some of these companies are overvalued. But who's asking you to buy them? I agree with you. The automobile sector in India is insanely priced compared to automobile sector anywhere in the world. But who's asking you us to buy?
No, Safir. This is a general discussion. the mood of this space is what to sell, like, you know.
हाँ तो बेचो, जो महंगा है बेचो, उस कौन मना कर रहा है? इट्स गुड टू सेल व्हेरेवर देयर इज डिस्कम्फर्ट, यू शुड सेल।
साफिर, मेरे को रिम लेने का है, RHIM, मेरे को मॉर्गनाइट लेने का है, मेरे को वेसोवियस लेने का है, ऐसा अननोन लेने का है, बाकी सब और ठोकना है। तो ये जो स्पेस है ना साफिर भाई, ऐसा है कि वी वांट टू डिस्कस क्या बेचे रादर देन क्या लेवे।
मैं आपकी अग्री कर रहा हूँ सर, मैं भी खुद, आप RHM बोल रहे हो, मैंने RHM के ऊपर ट्वीट भी करी थी सुबह। अब मैं वो चीज में डिनाई नहीं कर सकता, इसमें मैं एग्री कर रहा हूँ।
दूसरों से ले रहा हूँ, वो ठीक है, बट there are very, 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 very few stocks which are investable.
So I don't know about others. I have a list of stocks that are in my radar. The list is very long. I don't have such funds, and RHM, etc. We are buying from 30 rupees. We were buying even last week.
Thank you.
But out of curiosity, Safir, don't mention.
बस भाई, बस बहुत बोल लिए, बहुत लाइन में खड़े हैं। वेट शरद भाई, बोलूं मैं?
आज तुम्हें बोली लो।
हाँ जी, नमस्ते, जय श्री कृष्ण।
जय श्री कृष्ण।
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत धन्यवाद, 1000 के ऊपर मेंबर्स हैं, बहुत धन्यवाद। बस बाकी कुछ नहीं बोलना था, बस यही बोलने के लिए वेट कर रहा था, लेकिन इतनी वेट करनी पड़ी, जैसे सुलभ शौचालय के बाहर जो लाइन होती है और पैंट गीला हो जाता है, उतनी वेट करनी पड़ी। फैक्ट फाइंडर जरा कम बोलिए।
ओके, नहीं, वो हमारे दोस्त हैं, उनको सब कुछ जायज है।
अरे तो हम थोड़े आपके दुश्मन है, ये गीला पैंट लेके कहाँ जाऊं?
ओके। अब परिमल भाई।
सर नमस्ते। आई मीन सिर्फ एक ही पॉइंट, 2 क्वेश्चन है एक्चुअली, साफिर जी को काउंटर करने के लिए नहीं, बट यहाँ पे सभी लोग बहुत सारे फैक्ट्स, फिगर्स और बहुत सारा इंटरप्रिटेशन है सबका, सभी राइट भी हैं, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। बट आज संदीप जी का जो स्पेस हुआ, उसमें मोनीश जी आए थे और उनको एक स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन इंडिया को लेके भी पूछा गया था कि आप इंडिया में कौन सी अपॉर्चुनिटी देखते हैं, एंड बहुत पॉज के बाद उन्होंने आईटी बोला, और उसमें भी उन्होंने बोला कि आईटी में बिजनेस मिलेगा पर पैसा बना पाएंगे क्या, ये डाउट है मुझको, बट उसके बाद उन्होंने कुछ इलेबोरेट नहीं किया। तो ये एक पॉइंट हो गया। पर मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है सर कि मैं एक बहुत सिंपल मिडिल क्लास इन्वेस्टर हूँ, हाउ डू आई प्रिजर्व माई कैपिटल, और इस पूरे 2 साल 2.5 साल के फेज में जहां पे अपने को मंदी दिखती है, वहां पे पैसा कैसे कमाया जा सकता है सर? मेरा क्वेश्चन ये था।
मेरे पास में एक 20 स्टॉक का लिस्ट है, अगर पसंद आए तो डाल देना उसमें पैसा।
सर आज आपने कुछ 5 स्टॉक डाले थे, वो तो मैंने देखे हैं सर, उसमें क्लास आईटीसी था।
हाँ,
तो बाकी
अब 5 करके 20 स्टॉक डालूंगा, देख लेना, पसंद आए तो पकड़ लेना। पैसा बनेगा।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू। विशाल शाह, राजीव सोनी।
Hello, Shraddha. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Good evening, Samad bhai. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Rajiv bhai. Good evening.
Yeah. So I'll just take this, very technical issues and all little bit with my self-learning. So if you allow me, I'll start. See, I've been very lucky to come across with Safir bhai, fact finder and all. So intellect and so insightful, reader of the market. But what I have learned, I have to brief it up with Sharad bhai's view. After listening Sharad bhai's regular, space, I did a case study. So it's the next 5 minutes or more be some maximum 7 minutes would be about my learning from the market. See, I give you the case study of Delta Corp versus HDFC Bank. When Sharad bhai said, so many times, why are you buying just HDFC Bank, valuation, lot of long holdings, FIs and all. I did a little bit research on it. I'm a purely retail investor, but I've started a value investing with Warren Buffett Saab, Charlie Munger Saab, Monish Pobroy, and William Rich and Guy Spire. So when I bought Delta Corp, and Sharad bhai is listening and all, I've got this fantastic view. I'm not buying anything because now as an investor, as a very small investor, I'm finding out the valuation. So Sharad bhai has given me a perspective through bear market. Through bear market, mind you guys, through bear market, I've learned the valuation of the stock market. Though I have been reading a lot of books and whatever, but the practical learning which I've learned it is this is phenomenal. Next thing I would like to talk about in psychology, there are two terms called conformity and assertiveness. So with Pathfinder's view, it's phenomenal. This guy has taught me what is conformity and what is assertiveness in psychology. He has given a logic for Naukri ka stock yesterday, last night, if I'm not wrong. The logic, how the business is going on data given business. This is not sustainable in the longer term. So I get out of Naukri also. I get out of Delta Corp also. I get out of HDFC Bank also. So for new investor for this whatever I'm talking about is which the main success of Monish Pobroy was that in 1996 he became a shameless clone of Warren Buffett and he minted money and he will be the next richest man in the world according to his compounding. So what I'm learning from you guys is phenomenal. No, I'm not watching inflation. I'm not watching crude because I do not have any idea. Why I'm telling you this? Because what I've learned from Sharad Bhai's space and Samad Bhai's all efforts, that market is not linear. So I was linear with the perpetual bullish in the sense ki chalo stock niche aa gaya, buy it, right? So this guy Sharad Bhai has given me again and again Titan, Dixon, and RT industry. So when I saw the stock falling, whatever, as a investor, as a trader also, if you do not have idea about the valuation, you will fall, definitely will fall. See, I teach 30 students in a year, and they are an elite group. They don't mind inflation. I'm in Delhi and I'm a teacher. 25 students out of my 30 went to 5 times Mauritius, 7 times Maldives, and enormous times London and US. There is no inflation for them. There is no, they're not bothered about the market in Indian economy, what I've been seeing. But then I observed phenomenal thought about, Fact Finder taught me yesterday. Listen, guys, how many people earn above 6 lakh per annum in this country? Very thoughtful idea. And I slept at 3 a.m. after studying his views and all. And I've understood one thing. He is right. 25 students going to abroad, my students having a lot of fun and all, and I've been associated with the elite group in Delhi. Nothing is happening to them. They are the same. But look at the other part of the country. When Sharad Bhai says, look, when IT will not support, banking will not support, where is the market heading? So this space is something for me. It's purely about me. Is a great learning. Is a great learning. I've spent thousands of rupees in my books, a lot of learning from here and there, and then I trained my subconscious mind. Ki Baba, I need people, those who are really working hard in this market, like Pathfinder, Safir Bhai, Sharad Bhai, and other people, and I've got it. So this is something which is fantastic. And then I went to Posh Market and Khan Market and GK1, and I'm surprised to say, actually Indian economy is going nowhere. I don't know. I'm not technical in this, but what is my view? When I saw Titan, I was very proud of, oh, I am a shareholder of Titan. Look, my wife, I say, oh, I have earned Titan. One man has told, what is the performing this assets for my Titan already 5% expensive gold. So all these insights for a retailer, for a common man, because Warren Buffett says that your EQ is important in IQ. A common man can make a lot of money in stock market with normal compounding. But where is the valuation? मुझे 4,000 में बहुत अच्छा लगता था TCS. It's 3,200. So now, if even in 3,200, I put my 25% of money because I've understood one thing: कि making money is not a very rocket science. But when you're associated with people like you become cautious and you protect your capital. So once you protect capital and you become cautious, certainly you will earn money, but surer and slower. And that's Warren Buffett says. And that's why your subconscious mind working. So Safir Bhai just said that always an opportunity. I 100% agree. But that opportunity has a cost. So whatever Safir Bhai and Pathfinder, I'm very, very, thankful to you. So once I said, if I know where I'm going to die, I will not go there. So this bear market with Sharad Bhai's initiative, I have learned a lot. So what I wanted to tell about myself here, Rajiv, we have changed. My money is, protected. I am sitting on cash, whatever cash it will be. I'm learning a lot, and then being an investor, I'm very much, cautious now. So I'm not that technical part, but what is important for me is valuation now. So I'm not biased now with my stock, with listening to all people. I'm working on my own psychology. Why I was buying Delta Corp at 235, 240, 300? What was the point? Why I was buying this? And I was a fan of Dixon because it was somehow related with my students investing in Delhi and Gurgaon and Noida branch. So he told me, Bhaiya, Rajiv sir, you invest everything and sell your house and invest in Dixon. I invested. But look at Dixon's value. See, the point is, when you sit with people, those who are learned, those who are given time in the market, you be connected with them. And that is an unbelievable learning because you people are investing your time, So I will complete this whole conversation, might be with not technical, but this is my learning. So what Sharad Bhai told me very stuck hard on my mind about Aarti Industries. That Warren Buffett says that you can't make a good deal with a bad person. A bad person is a bad person, and a bad person will never make you a good deal. So Warren said that this lesson driven from he was sitting on a board of directors once, Salomon Brothers. So against Warren's advice, Salomon's investment bankers continued to do business with media mogul Robert Maxwell, whose finances were so precarious that his nickname was bouncing check. And after Maxwell's ultimately demise, Solomon found itself in a big mess trying to recover its money. So rule is very simple. People with integrity are predisposed to perform. People without integrity are predisposed not to perform. It is best not to get too confused. So overall, if I found this space is a learning experience, I'm just talking about me 2 more minutes. One day, definitely, I would be in a position there where I will start, making my compounding everything. But without you guys, I'm telling you, I can name so many books. I can name my what the capital lost and all. Especially Pathfinder, you have taught me conformity. You have taught me assertiveness, Safi. So from the bottom of my heart, and Sharad Bhai, I will meet you personally because I always listen to you. And it's not about for me. Don't mind it. For me, it is not bear. It is not bull. For me, it is something my capital is investing. Like Pathfinder said about social security scheme. Superb. This is the point where everyone has to learn in India. What is social security scheme in India? Sharad Bhai says that, Bhaiya, where is heading the market? What government is doing? I don't know. I don't want to go into technicalities and all. But here, my only point for my learning is that I have become very cautious. I have become very, focused. Earlier, I used to say always about Monish Pobroy. Believe me, I've started listening more to you guys. I'm a big fan of Monish Pobroy. One day I'll meet in California somehow. But I want to meet Sharad Bhai and you people for learning and all. So more or less, the nutshell is that what Pathfinders taught me about the actual condition of the market. You really start falling in love with your shares. And someone has really taught beautifully that जितने आपके बच्चे होते हैं आपको उतना ही shares रखना चाहिए. So I'm a very concentrated stock investor now after Sharad Bhai's this initiative. Believe me, this man has saved my capital. I want it, fine. That's a different point. But he has saved my capital. So from bottom of my heart, as a value investor, which I would like to be, because paisa stock se banta hai, and that needs a lot of learning and all. So, and one point Pathfinder says that people will put money, and Sharabai also said many times he said that people now put money in US. Why they will put money in emerging markets? And just now, Pathfinder said, where is India heading? What is the forward looking for this country? Only startups, only few things. So psychology says this constant is change. I don't know, but yeah. So more or less, I really am very happy, and I will join regularly about this space and all. And I'm very happy to that I've saved my capital, and I'm really doing well in stock market. I'm not fearful. I'm not fearful at all, and I'm getting and staying rich. So that is important for me. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv bhai.
Thanks.
One thing I would like to tell you, I'm not a bear. The times are bearish.
Right, Sharad bhai.
I am a bull by nature, hardcore bull, but since 1.5 years, I am a bear. So I turn accordingly. That's what. And one more thing in life, I'm 65 years old. Never ever be afraid of anything. Never.
Super.
Don't be afraid of anything. कुछ भी हो जावे डरना नहीं. डर गया सो मर गया. So please feel free. Don't do anything stupid, but don't be afraid. That's it.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you for your learning. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Rohit sir, you were
Now
saying
we have
something, sir.
Abhishek, please.
Yeah, I wanted to draw some parallels after listening to a couple of comments. A lot what Safir was saying about how money can actually shift from US to Indian markets, and that's a theme that we've heard not just once but many times over the last 20 years. But I just wanted to highlight that when macro changes are happening, and this is not the first time we've seen macro changes happen in our market. And I'll also draw a parallel to US way back between 98 and 2000, as the politics was also shifting towards the BJP. Once they came to power, they made a lot of micro changes in the economic structure. They took a lot of steps to boost the economy, which eventually happened. So between 98 and 2000, while the tech bubble was going on, we could very well say that India's macros were improving. But the fact of the matter is we were hit by Y2K, and we went through a correction. So many of these sectors which had actually consolidated between 1992 to 1998 had actually started to pick up in their early stages in 1999 to 2000, including companies like Reliance. You will find that their bottom lowest level in price was in 98. They made a rally all the way into 2001 and then only corrected to a higher bottom in 2002. And all that happened while the Y2K event was going on. The main point here is that while we would like things to be decoupled and delinked, the more we are globalized, the more we are going to be in sync with the rest of the world. So if 50% or 60% of the world sneezes with a recession or a minor slowdown, we are also going to catch a cold. So it's very hard to imagine a scenario where they are going down and we are going up. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, but then
Typically,
what explains the relative outperformance?
no, relative outperformance happens when you go down and then up again. So we fall less and we rise more. That way you get relative
Yeah,
outperformance.
and in the entire investment world, relative outperformance is the number one catalyst for new money.
Fair enough, but what I'm saying is that if you believe in protecting from drawdowns, then you pay attention to it. Otherwise, it doesn't
Correct.
really.
So I'm not
It
trying
doesn't
to
really
say what
matter.
the strategy should be. Everybody will obviously adopt a different strategy. I'm also not saying that one shoe size fits all. What I'm trying to say is that other things are not equal. There has been an entire turbulence caused by China. The world is reacting to it. It's a genuine thing. You go and speak to all the corporate lawyers in the country, they will come and tell you that a lot of businesses are seriously looking at India just to mitigate China. Whether they like India or don't like India is a secondary part. There are a lot of things that have happened on the Russia front. There has to be a move shift somewhere on the world on this account, and the world is moving into themes like inclusion. They're moving into themes like diversity, so they're moving into other. There are huge environment concerns on production of various kinds. It's not just India. Bangladesh is getting such huge amount of FDI. Vietnam is getting huge amount of FDI. So
No doubt,
I'm not
no
trying to
doubt,
say
and I don't think any of the things you are saying are going to change over a 5 or 10 year period, because these are secular trends. The shift away from manufacturing high intensity energy consuming products, or the shift from energy types of energy that we consume, those are secular trends that occur over a 5 and 10 year period. The problems we are facing today that we are talking about are probably of a duration of a much shorter time frame. They occur in 1 to 2 year time periods and cause large drawdowns. The eventual long term secular moves then again come back into play. So even if, for example, if we talk about country shifts, if you go all the way back to as way back as 1928, you had Britain as the major power, and you had the structural shift towards US as a major power. So did US go through a depression because of Europe, or did it go because it messed up on its own? This history is pretty misguided on this front. People who want to show US in a bad state will show that US did these things. That is why the Fed was there and they raised rates and the market crashed. If you go really global, then you understand that the European economy was already in tatters through the 1920s. US was the standout nation, was the net creditor of the world. And even then, it had to go through a depression simply because the rest of the world fell apart. And then it recovered to become the strongest of the rest. So main point being that even the best places get pulled down when the world gets hit. And that is the scenario that we face today in the short term or over the next year, is where the world is taking a hit and we have to be
correct. So in contrast to exactly what you said, what was the trend that played out when World War II happened? World War II caused the dissipation of the market in Japan and Germany, but US market doubled during the same time. This is what I'm trying to tell
during
you.
World War II, US market went down.
It went up. It went double during that time.
No, not during World War.
I'll just send you the entire data.
1942, 42, the World War ended.
सर, इंडिया में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है सब जगह पे, अभी भी पावर कट है, तो इंडिया के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा बात करने का मतलब नहीं है। मेरा भारत महान, बाकी सब बेईमान, ऐसा ही रखो।
सर कोल भी नहीं है, पावर के लिए जो कोल चाहिए ना वही शॉर्टेज पड़ रहा है, वो कोल भी हमें इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है, वो तो अलग ही स्टोरी में चले जाएंगे।
नहीं जस्ट अ मोमेंट, मैं क्या बोलता हूँ कि अपने वहाँ प्रॉब्लम्स बहुत है, अपने एडमिट नहीं करते हैं, और जो भी अच्छा है वो जोर जोर में बोलते हैं, कोई मतलब नहीं है। बी न्यूट्रल, एंजॉय लाइफ। ये हाँ चलो बोलो फैफा।
No, I just want to add to what Safir said. I think Safir, you have a valid point that if people believe that US will underperform, then they will look out for other markets. But let me just tell you this point is that this entire story of buy emerging markets, sell US and developed markets has been a story tom-tommed almost for the last 12 or 13 years, right? Even at the beginning, there was this very famous guy from GMO. I forgot his name. He's the head of GMO. He came out with a big theory sometime in 2020 that the last decade of underperformance of emerging markets is behind us. We are now going in for the next decade of outperformance of emerging markets. 1 year later, it is exactly the opposite. So, just one needs to just bear in mind that the way I simply look at this, and this is my theory. If the world is buying U.S. Treasuries at 3% or 2.5%, we effectively are funding the U.S. at that rate, and our cost of capital is 7 or 8%. So our cost of funding is 7 or 8%, but we are providing them capital at 3%. Naturally, that economy will do better logically. The point is that we don't have the ability to have a reserve currency. They have. So anybody who's got a reserve currency has a huge structural fundamental advantage. Now, as far as flows are concerned, and this is data again, right through 2015 onwards or 2016, India dedicated foreign institutional investors kept seeing outflows month after month, quarter after quarter, despite the fact that Mr. Narendra Modi had taken over. Okay, and it's something I couldn't understand, but it was a fact. And what happened though is that emerging market fund managers continue to put little more money in India, although not as much. And as a result of which, the proportion of India dedicated foreign money actually went down to just 15% of the total foreign money in India. It used to be about 35%. Okay, that ratio went down to 15%, and 85% was basically regional money. Now, you have a fair point that it's all about relative performance. Given a choice, India, can it give a 10% upside? Yes. Can China give a 50% upside? Absolutely yes, because it's so depressed. So from that perspective, the relative performance can be the other way around. And so, as Rohit was pointing out, that in the downside, India outperformed, no doubt. But in the upside, if somebody is providing me liquidity, which is what retail investors and domestic institutional investors are continue to provide foreigners liquidity at a decent price, then that's great for foreign investors to say, okay, you know what, I'll use that liquidity to buy something much cheaper. I want to also highlight one very interesting point, which I think the gentleman from Coca-Cola, Srini, had mentioned about, wholesome, exiting India. Now, I will just tell you that it's not like wholesome group, only exited India. They were exiting cement as a business because of the ESG issue. But the reason why they were very happy on getting out of India, according to them, and they publicly said it, was we are getting a super price for cement assets. Nowhere else in the world we get such a price. And that's simply because India's stocks are inflated. Somebody mentioned about Ford. I would just simply say Kia and Hyundai. Kia globally makes more revenue than Suzuki. Maruti makes a higher margin than Maruti, has grown faster than Maruti, has a higher return on equity than Maruti, trades at 6 times earnings. And guess what? Today, the second largest EV sales in Europe is, after Tesla, is Hyundai and Kia. They actually up there in terms of market share. They are ahead of BMW, they're ahead of Daimler, they're ahead of pretty much everybody else on the EV side. They've captured that much market share. They're second largest market share for the two of them globally. As far as, will India benefit from this China plus one? We will benefit, no doubt, but I have my doubts. And I'll give you an example to think about. Hyundai just announced a $10.5 billion investment in US to manufacture cars in US. I mean, we are a small car manufacturing hub, damn it. We should be getting that, investment from Hyundai. But they're doing that in the US. So the US is actually telling corporates, you come and manufacture in the US, screw India, screw other markets, manufacture in the US itself, make it near shore. And that's my worry. While we keep saying that, they're going to manufacture in India, I don't know about it. It's nice to say it, but is it really happening? There was a very beautiful UBS report which looked at several, I think 85 to 90 instances of companies exiting China, diversifying from China in terms of manufacturing. A majority of them went to Vietnam, not India. Nobody wants to talk about that, but this is a piece of work that UBS did and they published a report on this. Obviously, nobody wants to talk about it. The only question I have to you, Safir, is in India's ease of doing business, we have done really well in terms of a ranking. But what I'm really shocked about, as any investor, I am most bothered about contracts and enforcing contracts. India is ranked 163 out of probably 180 or 190 countries in terms of enforcing contracts. Would I, as an investor, trust if I know that I will not get I don't get proper respect for my contract? Why would I invest?
Yeah, so let me answer now the question first to Rohit's part. When World War ended between 1942 to 1950, US market went up 2.2 times. I have just sent you the chart, and it was the biggest buoyancy. In fact, the bottom of the US market was made during before the World War II.
Safir, that is after World War II
No,
ended. World War II ended in 1942.
I just said that. I said when World War II ended, Japan and Germany were
After
decimated.
it ended, yes.
Correct.
That is true.
Second part is to answer fact finder. We are arguing on the point of Maruti or Hyundai, and I'm actually making a point that they will be new leaders. I'm not supporting. In fact, it is public that I'm not in favor of some of these companies. In the sense, I believe there's going to be disruption. For example, the new leader in automobiles, or the new leader in auto ancillary, or the new leader in manufacturing will emerge from something which is not so obvious. So that is the point. That is the fun of the market, to find what is going to be the next. I'm not trying to say I know it. I wish I did, but I'm trying to say that is what is going to happen.
Okay. Now we will have Abhishek.
Sir, Anant Acharya, please. Anant Acharya.
એક મિનિટ ઉભો રહે ને હું બોલું છું ને અભિષેક. Abhishek. Abhishek.
Something is not obvious. So that is not find what is going to be the next. I'm not trying to say I know it. I wish I did, but I'm trying to say that is what is going to happen. Okay. Now.
Okay, Anant Acharya.
Hi, thank you, Sharad bhai. Hi, Rohit. Uh, it's been listening for the last half an hour, and I just have 2 points to make, and I'll keep it very short and sweet. Point number one, so much explanation is being made about this and that, but bottom line points down to is we all agree that the markets are illogical and no one actually understands why they go up and come down. So every time we rationalize, we are trying to approach the illogical problem from a logical standpoint. What is the point in the whole exercise? Because you'll never be able to gauge what will happen tomorrow or what will happen day after. Today we call it bullishness or bearishness. Tomorrow Russia will do something and we can have a huge collapse in the market. In spite of the war, the Russian ruble is going leaps and bounds against the dollar. So basically, why are we approaching a illogical problem from a logical standpoint? Number one, that's just about it. All the rationalizing will not really help anyone to understand or trade the markets. Second thing is the just a view about the markets. The last time I was here, Sharad Bhai, if you remember, we were at 15,800. I said I'm looking at 16,400 to be reached. Now that 16,400 is reached, I expect the downside to start for the next 3 to 4 days, and then 4 days later, whenever the market, whatever level the markets reach, hopefully we'll revisit again in one more spaces and update you later. Right now, I'm looking for the bottom to be tested again, 15,800, 15,600.
Okay.
Yep.
By what time, Anand
That's
sir?
it.
By what time?
I would expect it to 15,800 to be reached by the end of next week.
And I'm sorry, but I know in advance what will happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Okay.
Possibly. I am a cycles player, Sharad Bhai, very clear. So for me, it is always cycles. So somewhere yesterday and day before the cycle ended.
और
So I was
और
anyway
और
looking
और
for.
और आप कैसे बोल सकते हैं कि लॉजिकल में इलॉजिकल ढूंढता है कि इलॉजिकल में आदत है,
Illogical.
हमारा आदत है, पुराना आदत है.
हमारा आदत यही है कि मार्केट तो इलॉजिकल है, क्यों ऊपर जाता है क्यों नीचे आएगा कोई नहीं बोल सकता.
नहीं, मैं बोल सकता हूँ.
आप बोल, अरे आप तो मास्टर हो मार्केट के, हम आपको
पहले
बोल
बोलते
सकते
हैं
हैं
ना
इसका.
ऊपर गया
हाँ,
तो क्यों गया? बिकॉज बायर्स वेर मोर टुडे.
अच्छा.
नीचे गया,
गुड वन, गुड
sellers
वन,
were
गुड वन,
more,
गुड
lack
वन,
of buyers.
गुड
So
वन,
it is very simple to explain the markets.
गुड वन.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anand bhai.
सर मेरे को
Thank you,
एक
bhai.
पॉइंट है, मैं 400 पॉइंट निफ्टी के ऊपर व्यू नहीं देता. दैट इज डजंट इवन मैटर. सो माय पॉइंट्स आर नॉट टेक्निकल इन नेचर एंड इट शुड नॉट बी ट्रीटेड एज टेक्निकल इन एनी रिस्पेक्ट.
नहीं सर, ये स्पेसिस में आपको जो बोलना है बोलो, लेकिन मार्केट का ही बोलो.
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि अगर मार्केट 400 पॉइंट गिर गया या 15,800 आ गया, कुछ आ गया, उस पे ऊपर मेरा कोई व्यू नहीं होता. उस पे कोई व्यू नहीं है कि 16,400 है या 15,800. बहुत छोटे मूव्स हैं ये.
नहीं साफिर भाई, फॉर योर इंफॉर्मेशन, आई हैव सेड मेनी टाइम्स, मैं निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी कभी नहीं खेलता हूँ. इट इज अगेंस्ट माई रूल. I don't play Nifty or Bank Nifty. I play only stocks. That's my bread and butter. When I'm bearish for a period of 2 years. When I'm bullish for a period of 1 year. That is very simple. और bullish होता हूँ तो small cap में ही ज्यादा रहता हूँ, large cap में छूता नहीं हूँ. और मंदी के टाइम में फ्यूचर में जितना भी स्क्रिप्ट है सब में ट्रेड करता हूँ. ओके चलो, अभी कौन है? अभिषेक भाई, आप बोलते नहीं हो. अभिषेक भाई,
परवेश भाई.
हाँ परवेश भाई, हाउ आर यू परवेश?
हाँ फाइन शरद जी. तो
बोलिए
मैं तो ना कुछ बैलेंस शीट हम तो स्टडी करते रहते हैं, तो एक बैलेंस शीट बड़ा अच्छा लगा अपने को, मालूम नहीं आपको शायद है कि नहीं है.
हाँ,
एक शेयर है सर, हेमिस्फीयर प्रॉपर्टीज.
आप मालूम है. और
इसका
बीएसएनएल में से अलग हुआ, बोलो फिर।
हाँ हाँ, उसमें क्या है कि इनके पास लैंड ट्रांसफर हुआ है जो कि बीएसएनएल के पास था पहले, जो कि
हाँ
अब टाटा कम्युनिकेशंस हो गया है। तो
हाँ
उसका जो लैंड होल्डिंग है दैट इज 700 एकड़्स, ठीक है। और आउट ऑफ दैट
भाव अभी क्या है?
उसमें सर ग्रेटर कैलाश, दिल्ली में, छतरपुर
नहीं
में,
नहीं,
पुणे
एक
में, चेन्नई
मिनट,
में
आप भाव क्या है?
भाव इसका 110 रुपए के आसपास चल रहा है भाव आज।
ये 110 है ना?
हाँ जी हाँ जी
130 नहीं होएगा।
सर, मैं बताता हूँ क्या हो सकता है, अभी ना हो, बेरिश मार्केट के ट्रेंड में ना हो, मैं अपनी
नहीं
बात
है,
से एग्री
ये
करता हूँ।
गवर्नमेंट कंपनी है सर, मत करो एनालाइज।
अच्छा
आपके हाथ में कुछ आने वाला नहीं है, ठन ठन वो गोपाल है, वेस्ट ऑफ टाइम एनर्जी सब।
क्योंकि इसका जो इसका जो
ये मैंने ये जब भी लिस्ट हुआ ना,
हाँ हाँ
उस टाइम देखा था।
हाँ हाँ
फिर मैं बोला ये तो गवर्नमेंट है।
हमने सर अभी साइट पे जाके देखा, वहां पे इसका ना इन्होंने बाउंड्री कर दी है, तो अब उसका
अरे
मतलब कमर्शियल एक्सप्लोइटेशन करेंगे, यानी कि वहां पे
ठीक है,
कमर्शियल भी बेचेंगे, रेजिडेंशियल भी बेचेंगे। तो
ठीक है,
उसका
मेरा ओपिनियन
जी
है, मानना है मानो, नहीं तो कुछ नहीं, आप ले मजा करो।
नहीं
अच्छा
ठीक
है
है।
काम करो,
आज
हमको
बढ़ा सर
नहीं तो।
7%, आज 7% था, वैसे
अरे
हमारा
ठीक
होल्डिंग
है,
है इसमें। हाँ जी हाँ जी।
ठीक है, ठीक है,
हाँ तो
मजे करो।
फंडामेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग है सर, इसलिए हमने बोला कि हाँ भी इसमें लगाना
नहीं
चाहिए।
नहीं सर, I agree with you, but I don't agree with your ये एनालिसिस। ये 110 में क्यों मिलता है, वो पता करो ना। ऊपर में तो 220 तक जाके आया था।
हाँ ऊपर में 220 गया, यस बिल्कुल ठीक है। तो वो थक
फिर
जाता है, इन्वेस्टर थक जाता है, उसने बेच बाच दिया, थक गया, और क्या
तो
है।
किसी ने ये एनालाइज किया है कि जो शंघाई का लॉकडाउन रिमूव हुआ है उससे सप्लाई चेन के ऊपर क्या ईजिंग होगी जनरली मार्केट के पर्सपेक्टिव से, नॉट नॉट कंपनी के पर्सपेक्टिव से?
नहीं नहीं, उतना
कि उससे बहुत फर्क
कॉम्प्लिकेटेड
पड़ेगा ना सर, चाइना की सप्लाई चेन ईज होने से पूरी बहुत चीजों में फर्क पड़ेगा।
देखते
You're
हैं क्या।
correct.
और ट्रेडिंग डी, फैक्ट फाइंडर, you allow me to complete everybody first। और ट्रेडिंग डी बोलिए।
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, very much audible।
Sir, my question is to you. As I was listening to you since a few of the spaces, in this space also you said that market has not discounted anything yet, right? Like the rate hikes and all, right?
नहीं, सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है बराबर भाई।
सर आपने इस स्पेस में स्टार्टिंग में बोला था कि मार्केट हैज नॉट डिस्काउंटेड येट द रेट हाइक्स एंड ऑल, राइट?
Hmm.
So, sir, as we 1,000+ people know in this space that RBI or the Fed will have a rate hikes of 40 bips or 50 bips or 75 bips, right? So, even that the market piggies and players, they know that the rate hikes will be there, so they are adjusting selling and whatever they are doing as per their strategies or as per their norms in relevant to this rate hike. Right? As we all know that there is a saying that market discounts everything in advance. If we go by that theory, so aren't that rate hikes discounted or somewhat discounted? My question is this.
No, I said it is discounted, but when the actual rate hike will happen, people will realize that GSEC is running away and the interest cost for the borrowers will go up. Then we'll have a havoc in the market. That's what I said.
Okay, sir. Earlier, I was also a bond trader in DFHI Mumbai, so I agree with you that for the Indian perspective, the 10-year yield and the Brent oil, which is not cooling off as of now, until and unless that's going down, we may be in a sharp downline soon, maybe of a 800 to 1,000 pounds on Nifty minimum. If the Brent cools off, then we may go sideways and maybe up if we cross 1800. So that's it, sir. Thank you for answering my first question. Thank you.
Thank you. हाँ भाई, traditional क्या है भाई? बोलो।
ट्रेडिशनल मार्केट प्लेयर
ओह, नहीं है।
नीरज भाई।
नीरज,
शरद सर, गुड इवनिंग
गुड इवनिंग, बोलो भाई।
सर। सॉरी मैंने लेट ज्वाइन किया था. आई जस्ट वांटेड टू नो समथिंग अबाउट आरएचआई एंड द अदर स्टॉक व्हिच यू मेंशन्ड इन ट्वीट, मॉर्गनाइट इंडिया.
हाँ, तो क्या जानना है?
तो सर, जैसे आपने बताया कि यू आर looking Nifty at 12,000, but these stocks you are looking at 5 to 20 times in coming decade. So क्या निफ्टी नीचे आएगा तब भी ये स्टॉक्स ऊपर जाएंगे सर? फंडामेंटल आर सो स्ट्रॉन्ग.
अरे यार, निफ्टी और ये स्टॉक को क्या लेना देना है मेरे भाई?
सर यू आर
निफ्टी
एक्सपर्ट,
को
दैट्स व्हाई आई एम
दिमाग से
आस्किंग यू.
निकालो, निफ्टी को दिमाग से निकालो,
ओके ओके.
वो छोड़ो निफ्टी यार। एक क्या सवाल पूछ लिया?
ओके.
अगर मेरे वहाँ बच्चा पैदा होता है तो आपके वहाँ क्यों प्रॉब्लम होता है?
सही है.
और नहीं होना चाहिए।
ओके सर, आई गॉट द आंसर.
हाँ, आप फिक्र मत करो, शेयर लो।
Done sir, done. I am taking all the 5 stocks you have mentioned yesterday.
नहीं, मैं रोज 5 टोटल 20 स्टॉक है।
Sir, I have got only 5. अगर आप मुझे.
अरे मैंने 5 ही नाम दिया है तो 5 ही होएगा ना।
ओके.
ओके, थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
नाउ वी आर डन विद द
सर. विशाल भाई इज देयर सर.
ओके विशाल भाई, आइए.
Sir, very good evening.
गुड इवनिंग.
Rohit ji, Safir ji, very good evening, sir. Good evening to everyone. Apologies to join a little late. First of all, to start with, sir, whatever the dead cat bounce or the short squeeze which was about to happen, was supposed to happen in the market, has happened. Last 2 दिन से सर इंडाइसेस वापस से थके हुए लग रहे हैं. ऊपर के लेवल पे सेलिंग प्रेशर आ रहा है. And again, there is no change in the fundamentals or
विशाल भाई, आप
बोलिए
भूल
सर.
गए, अपने को निफ्टी के बारे में बात नहीं करने का.
ओह सॉरी 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 सर.
बट ओवरऑल बाजार भारी है.
Overall, we can see selling pressure at higher levels. थकान दिख रही है सर, saturation दिख रहा है. And sir, look at what has happened on the light sweet or Brent crude, जो हफ्ते भर पहले $105-160 पे ट्रेड कर रहे थे. They are trading around $115-117. That is the first parameter. The second parameter is on the GST numbers. The GST numbers have come, I think, 16-17% lower than what it was month on month. So sir, बहुत सारे cause of concerns हैं. Government के पास में government spending is definitely gonna come down. That is one thing. The credit offtake on the rural side is not picking up. So overall, the macros are totally gone for a toss. And again, my view still remains very very bearish on the markets. Irrespective, अभी थोड़ा बहुत uptick आ रहा है बाजारों में. ठीक है, we play on stock specific uptrend को हम खेल रहे हैं, but overall सर कोई मजा नहीं है. कोई ऐसा मतलब there is no excitement in the market that you should go all in into the market and be invested in the market. Rather for me, I would use these opportunities, these pullbacks to exit my stocks and wait and prefer to sit on cash or rather than going short as of now. So कोई optimism कहीं पे भी नहीं है, to be very honest. And given that sir आपको पता है कि I do lot of travel across. I meet lot of people on the rural side, agri side to be precise. तो सर कहीं से भी कोई ground level पे कोई ray of hope नहीं दिख रहा है. And that is a major cause of concern. There is no credit offtake. और जिनको credit requirement है उनको भी easy access to capital नहीं मिल रहा है. So there are enough and more challenges, especially on the agri piece and the ground level. So I don't think macros and fundamentals are going to go better from here. यहाँ से सर खराब ही होंगे. The input costs are going up, especially for the agri viewers thing. तो सर things are not pretty good. बाकी सर स्टॉक्स कुछ पुल बैक आए हैं जहाँ पे अपन मंदी में बैठे हुए थे. तो दैट इज ओके, अपॉर्चुनिटी टू रीशॉर्ट देम. once again at higher levels. That's what we are doing. So as of now, sir, for me the markets are sell on every rally, and ट्रेडिंग के हिसाब से कुछ स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक ट्रेडिंग ऊपर में हम बिकवाली कर रहे हैं कुछ स्टॉक्स में. आई डोंट वांट टू नेम स्टॉक्स, एंड देयर आर फ्यू स्टॉक्स व्हिच आर आल्सो शोइंग सम स्ट्रेंथ. तो स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक तेजी और मंदी चल रही है, बट ओवरऑल सर बाजार बहुत ज्यादा भारी है, और ये कभी भी ये भार जो है ये रिटेल लॉन्ग्स के ऊपर बहुत तकलीफ दे सकता है. दैट्स व्हाट आई वुड से सर. थैंक यू.
I just want to clarify one point only in one line. The GST collection in the month of May is always less than the GST collection of April. So when you compare month on month, it is wrong. This is historical. Because of year end and other consideration, May जो April का जो April का जो data होता है वो हमेशा ही different होता है. हर साल होता है.
Okay. Not any. So it is purely because of book closing.
तो 31st March की वजह से ना inventory की rebalancing होती है.
हाँ जी. Got it, Anand ji. Got it.
और कोई हेलो समर्थ, और कोई है क्या?
No, sir. No one.
Fact finder, you want to say something?
No, I think Sapir already mentioned about the GST number. In fact, on a year-on-year basis is the right way to look at it. But always adjust GST with WPI. I think that's the best way to see the real. And I won't look at 1 month, because remember last year also you had COVID impact. That entire impact happened in March, April, May, June, right? So to that extent, GST numbers of the previous year are slightly depressed. Plus, as I was saying earlier, a lot of the annual contracts for raw materials start kicking in April. So we'll see a lot of price resets, which is why I think GST numbers in general can continue to remain fairly decent because of pure inflation. There is one point I wanted to make was, Vishalji had mentioned about crude oil. I would look at it differently. It's not really crude oil that's the issue. It is crude oil, but refining margins that are an issue. So if you look at crude oil's probably gone up 35-40%, but refining margins have gone up 400%. So overall, the price of gasoline in the US has gone up 100%. So it's not just crude price. You need to look at refining margins, and the reason why India is a price taker, it's not a price giver in terms of refining margins. So we benchmark ourselves abroad. So and obviously the biggest beneficiary was Reliance Industries. When we moved from export parity to import parity. Anyway, just want to add that.
See, any bad data, and there is no dearth of it. इसमें ऐसा है ना उसमें ऐसा है ना उसमें ऐसा है. Always we have these. I would say one thing. India GDP is 239 trillion rupees. Market cap is 260 trillion rupees. It has to come down to 180 trillion. That is a fact. Nobody can challenge it. It will happen. It might take some time. Because you can't have market cap higher than the GDP. It's always 50 or 60%. And secondly, we have changed Nifty stocks so many. Bajaj Twins, SBI Life, SGFC Life, Nestle, and और वो Apollo और कुछ. तो वो आगे का और अभी का कंपेयर आप नहीं कर सकते हो. और लास्ट बात मैं बोला था 2008 में या 7 में निफ्टी का हाई बना था 6450. कॉस्ट ऑफ कैरी था 250 पॉइंट. $250 पॉइंट कॉस्ट ऑफ कैरी था। 2014 तक वो नहीं आया 6,400। उसके बाद में बड़ा 10,000 हुआ, उसके बाद में 6,800 हुआ 2016 फरवरी में, फिर बड़ा 12,000 हो गया, फिर आया कोविड तो 7,500 हो गया, कोविड चला गया 1,800 हो गया। नाउ ये कोविड का आगे का टाइम में जो 12,000 निफ्टी था ना, वो मायना रखता है, उधर आएगा 100% आएगा, छाती ठोक के बोलता है। और दूसरा बात है 2% प्रॉफिट ग्रोथ है ये टाइम, 2% प्रॉफिट ग्रोथ। एंड 2020 मतलब मार्च का जो वो क्वार्टर था वो छोड़ दो, दिसंबर क्वार्टर तो अच्छा था, उसका कंपैरिजन में रिजल्ट्स बहुत ही खराब है, या खराब है इन हैविंग सेड दिस, इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स वो डबल भी होएगा, 4 गुना भी होएगा, 10 गुना भी होएगा। सो आई एम नॉट पेंटिंग एवरीथिंग that everything will go down. There are many stocks which will go up 2 times, 10 times, 20 times. But majority of the shares and mostly the large caps and the bigger mid caps, they won't perform. So that's my take. साफिर भाई कुछ बोलना है तेरे को? साफिर भाई
नहीं, अब वो तो हमने वी जस्ट शेयर्ड ऑल आवर व्यूज, अब कुछ न्यू व्यू तो है नहीं।
हाँ, रोहित भाई
No, I think that's broadly.
एक बार बोल दो ना, बस अच्छा लगता है आपका आवाज।
I'll add one point which I didn't add earlier. When people are talking about valuations, there's just one thing to keep in mind, that even if a company is growing, because people often point to valuation is high, so what growth is there? Infosys and all the tech stocks in 2000 were running at PE ratios of 150, 200, whatever. And in the downturn, it's not that their earnings growth stopped happening. They continued to grow for the next 20 years. But for Infosys to come back to the same price, it took 12 years. So that is the drawdown risk that you face when you end up overpaying for something, or the growth metrics change in terms of rate of change. Not that it's not a growing company, but its rate of change of growth changes, and suddenly everything changes in terms of what it means from an investment standpoint.
Yeah, you're right, Rohit. In fact, the same thing happened to Microsoft. I think it took 7 or 8 years for Microsoft to return to the 2000 levels.
Right. I bought at 26, and after 4 years I sold it for 28.
And Rohit, I was at the receiving end of Infosys. I got stock auctions at some 7 or 8 rupees, and for about 6-7 years, I didn't see money on it.
So we don't often recognize that. I mean, see, today a lot of us are aware that these valuations appear high. In fact, they're broad-based high. At that time, it was just the ICE stocks, which is telecom, IT, and media, and the others were just recovering from a downturn. This time, we are seeing that recovery. So we've seen so many sectors participate, whether it's real estate or even autos. Not autos have anyway been through a boom phase, but the sectors that were flat power, PSUs, all of them started to participate in the last 2 years. But the peak valuations really are in other sectors, the ones that had been booming for a while, those that were export oriented or were benefiting from PLI, and where, of course, prices went up. I mean, sectors like chemicals have benefited also from rising prices, which is why they were more than just an export trade, they were also an inflation trade. But now, at these valuations, will they justify growth ongoing basis is the big question mark. I think that needs to be answered.
No, the best example is about HEG. ऊपर में वो 6,000 हो गया, अभी 1,000 रुपया.
I'll give you an example, Rohit. Some of the crazy valuations. One is Dixon Technologies. LIC average acquisition price 6,000 rupees a share. They suddenly woke up after the stock went up 6x that they decided to buy it. Tata Elxsi average price of acquisition LIC, and this is publicly available data, 7,000 rupees to 7,500. They are giving an exit to some HNIs. In a lot of stocks, LIC is giving exit. Because why would they suddenly wake up? IRCTC, every single mutual fund was selling IRCTC, LIC was buying IRCTC. So, I don't know what is going on, but clearly it just doesn't smell nice.
No. And from my experience, I'm saying every bull market ends with a scam. Every bull market ends with a scam. In 2017, it happened. ILFS scam is so big, you don't know, fact finder care, how deep the problem is. Okay. This time around, government is putting in so much of money into markets. It's unheard of, unbelievable, untrue. But it is. How long will they put? Oh, the foreigners will keep on supplying. And one day, the scam will be out. I don't know who's behind this, what is the scam, but there is a scam. 110%. I smell a scam, yaar. Every day, 3, 5, 3, 10, they come to buy for what, yaar? What joy. I think मैं कुछ ज्यादा बोल दिया. Fact finder, कुछ तो बोलो यार.
Safir Bhai's opinion on India's contract ranking of 163. If you don't mind, Sharad, if he can answer this question.
Yeah, but you
Because
see, the legal system is getting a note overall. I'm not aware. I don't think you guys are aware that in disputes relating to intellectual property, damages are running into crores of rupees, and they're coming through courts. So what is happening is that the system is changing. There are, for example, NCLAT has happened. I can't comment very much on this because we are involved in the Future versus Amazon dispute. But the NCLAT disputes are going in a different way. Winding up petitions are going in a different way. A lot of the disputes with banks are coming to an end because the NPA issues. They've tightened the ways the banks function. Banks are not giving the kind of leverage and the kind of lose end loans without documentation the way it was happening. The ability of the government or officials, ex-purani officials to do corruption and all is getting impacted because you've created digital system. Just day before yesterday they've introduced a reform that now you can do faceless hearings in income tax. So this is what is, see, it is what they say that small changes cause big impacts. These small changes are easy to execute. I've just finished a meeting with the IP office. They're going to be doing all the hearings online.
I actually have a very different view. I don't think India is prepared. India is not an educated economy to be prepared for a faceless interaction with an IT official. I struggle to, talk to, I'm just saying, I would consider myself fairly educated. And I struggle to interact with an Amazon or a Flipkart or even an Uber on email. Okay, and imagine trying to convince a faceless tax authority guy using letters and email.
Yes,
For
but see the other side of it. The other side of it is that
I
whatever
think India is not prepared.
no, but it is. I'll tell you why. Because in the sheer number of cases is so large that the ability of that person to basically tell you that it's wrong is so it's all documented, is recorded. So that person's ability to tell you wrong also has to get recorded. Harassment cases will come down. It is difficult that if you have a bad case, you may have a bad case. If they're not convinced, yes, whatever may happen. That's why there's respite. No. Do you know? By the way, do you know in India the record of the enforcement? If you just see the 18 successful cases, the enforcement authority has succeeded. 2,500 were set aside by court.
Yeah, but then if I were to look at this data on how much money of GST by SMEs is still stuck with the government for the last several
Yeah, but
years.
that's why therefore
just
there is
saying,
change. No,
just,
therefore
I
there's an opportunity for change because you're also looking at the ability of people. Now I'm constructing a house right now. Just ask the builder to have the guts to say, "Pay me in cash."
uh, I think somebody mentioned out here that the level of cash is again started going up.
Printing is going up. That is it is not necessarily no
Transaction.
that it is not coming in unaccounted money. No, it is coming in GST.
Fact finder, 2013, I was raided. This is 2022. Still, my cases are pending. I settled some in Vikas se Viswas tak, but two of them are still pending. The point I'm making, 2013, I was raided. For 9 years, I have to undergo the pain. उधर जाएगा तो बट टाइम टफ मैन तो नहीं तो चलो बाहर बैठो अरे चल मारेगा तेरे को then spend crores in bribing क्या नॉनसेंस है ये सिस्टम है क्या ये फेसलेस आ गया I think it is good but whether it will work or not is a question. And most of the cases are, those salary returns and this and that. Complicated returns are very few in numbers. So the real question is, simple returns will get through easily.
They are planning a law that does not allow the traffic police to stop your car for a challan. Do you know what is going to be the national contribution by that itself? Because half of that money doesn't come into the system.
That's interesting.
हमारी country में ना the scope is of doing these kind of things that don't irk anybody. That you will not feel offended if you get a 100 rupee email and say deposit it online. The problem is they stop you, they take the money, it doesn't come into the system. They'll harass you for 5 other things just because you didn't have that paper that day or pollution under control. It will become a bigger amount. I'm just saying they're trying to revive all this. The entire focus is on this.
Saferi, you are in Delhi or Gurgaon?
Delhi, sir.
Delhi.
He is Anand and Anand, the famous family.
Achha.
Sir, Mr. George Koshi is there to speak.
Yeah, please take it.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. I was just listening into the conversation. I just couldn't comment on the fact that, I moved to the US a while ago and, I'm kind of connecting from here, but I also pay my taxes back in India and my base is in Bombay. The fact is that, yes, we get surprised when, suddenly, an automatic challan comes to us or we're forced to, fill in forms and, pay our taxes through a, non-facial interaction, but then it's just an obvious move of how things work globally, right? It's just about us not getting an opportunity to maybe haggle with that officer and try and make amends where we could cut corners, etc. It's globally everything's turning into a white or a black. If you cross a signal or you cut a line, you just get fined. It's simple as that. You don't have a choice of being pushed to the corner and have the option of giving that 50 rupees to a havildar there, or speaking to him kindly and getting off with a small little fine. And that's probably what's irking us. Maybe over a period of time we get used to it and maybe the system gets better, but I think it's a great opportunity for us as a country to come together and look at new reforms and make the most out of what's really coming through to us. That's really what I thought of the whole process, because the more we have faceless interactions, it just makes everything black and white. You worked, you word, you kind of pay the fine. It just puts us into a much better space to ensure that we are kind of managing our things better. Wo chalta hai attitude kind of goes off the deck, and that's really a great India to be a part of.
I just want to add one thing over here, George. You're talking about the world moving towards that. Just bear in mind, in most parts of the world, the judicial system works. In India, the judicial system does not work. Right? I mean, we have several people under several cases. I don't want to get into it.
No, because you're going by history. Go by the
No.
recency
I'm
of it.
talking
Go
about
by the 1 year data.
1 year data. Tell me, has the case build up improved or
Yes,
reduced by
because
increased?
they have,
And
for
by how much?
example, I'll give an example. I
No,
had
give
to
me
go.
data. Give me data in terms of
Yeah, I'm
numbers.
giving you data. Suppose I had to sue you. I had to go to a court and file a lawsuit, deposit stamp duty. Then you would have been given a notice, appeared, maybe taken dates. Matter would have been lingered. Now there is something called as a litigation mediation cell, in which I have to go and just deposit. I have to indicate that I'm going to file a case against you. They appoint a mediator there and then. And the mediation, in that mediation, let me assure you that I'm telling you from statistics of my firm itself, more than 300 cases have been resolved right now before they went to court.
No. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how much has the overload on courts and
See, court overload
See,
will be
that's a
solved by
systemic problem.
yeah, it'll be
That is a
so
technology.
that's my
systemic problem, and
Correct.
it'll be a while before these things come
Correct.
along. But that doesn't, we need to start somewhere, right? I
Correct.
mean, unless you start making these reforms and start moving, you can't keep saying that nothing's going to change, so let's just stay where we are, right? I mean, unless you start chipping, slowly on, it won't move forward, and that's my submission.
No,
And
George.
I mean, just picking up the same example from what you said. Yeah, sorry, go on, please.
No, the thing is, George, that when you want to, and I'll give you a very good example. There was a very interesting spaces that was organized by the Morning Context on UDAI and the frauds. They have been highlighting the systemic issue with UDAI and the frauds that are taking place. And UDAI has consistently said there is nothing. The problem is that the government is looking at introducing new and new things, but the problem is they're not trying to rectify the problems with the existing. So if you want to, today people do not respect the law because they know the judicial system does not work. So
Yeah, so if that is correct, the banks will be straddled with NPAs again.
No,
But
actually,
it's not happening. No, it's not
my
happening.
view is banks will never see NPAs for at least the next 5 years. I can give it to you in writing. And the
Correct.
reason,
And the reason they're not seeing it
there
is
is a
because
reason.
the government is not letting
No,
them go.
except one company which has acquired several assets under cohesive, and I know that for a fact because private equity guys are selling their assets to this particular acquirer who's, you know who I'm talking about, who's getting loans from the banks at when he's doing a debt to equity leverage of 50 times. Even Lehman Brothers was 32 times. I have never heard of a corporate getting loans when the guy's leverage is 50 times. Okay, so
See,
don't tell
no,
me
but
that.
my submission is that we're discussing two different things. See, corruption exists everywhere, and a system exists so that corruption can be, channelized, and be, put under the lens. Not having a system will only further, widen the chasm, right? I mean, like you rightly said, right? If there is, I mean, whatever that you gave as an example is because of a few people who can get away with it. A system will slowly chip at it and ensure that these things don't, I mean, or at least highlight it, right? The numbers are out in the open, people know, and over a period of time, you will, you can't get away with it. Whether be it system, and it's a tall order to say that the entire judicial system is at fault. I mean, there are people who get justice, there are processes that are still working. Look at the load that we're putting on the system as a population that we are across
Look at the
places, right?
number of judge appointments that have happened. The total number of judges, and Safri, you might correct me if I'm wrong, because I read this about a year and a half ago.
But I'm not debating that. We're agreeing with you. What we are saying is that the change is going to be facilitated by technology. The government realizes it's not going to happen by manpower. You cannot just fill in more and more judges because the number of litigations are also so high. They are trying to resolve it by technology. They're trying to resolve it by pre-litigation mediation. They're trying to resolve it by not requiring the challans to have a court system. It will either be a video that comes to your home, like in a WhatsApp, and you have to pay the challan, otherwise your license is punched out. So the solution to this is only going to be technology, and India's advantage is only technology. India can only tackle every single problem with technology.
So then the system becomes, you listen to me, otherwise go to hell, and that's my worry.
No,
Yeah.
if you, of course not. If you are, if for example, if no video comes to you of a challan, why will you pay a challan? It's not due. What do you mean? Listen to me. I mean, there has to be an offense, no? Do you know how much of? Do you know the aggregate saving that is going to happen on the registration of property papers in India? Because they're not. They're making it in. The stamp paper is becoming e. It has to be e-stamped now.
That's but anyway, we'll take this to
But
another.
no,
Yes.
just one last bit of, I mean, addition. Yes, so maybe there's a lot of processes that are now in, setting in, getting in place. But what is also required is that a lot of last mile people don't even know that a lot of these things exist, and therefore still a lot of intermediaries survive and thrive, and they probably also don't let the world know that a lot of things can be done differently today using technology. Maybe the government and the administration could possibly step into, let the last mile know how things could be done differently, and how things are much easier done, like the e-registrations, etc., that you mentioned about. I mean,
So why
I'm
do you
giving you a
think the
classic
budget?
example of my parents.
That is exactly
Who
why
try.
the union budget, had a statement that government wants to focus on creating many data centers. It was in the, if we just revisit the speech, or out of the blue, after so many years, India didn't have to say no that our focus is going to be data centers.
George, where are you from?
We knew who will benefit, no?
George, where are you from?
You want me to put that out in the open right now, sir? I'm based out of Mumbai, but currently traveling.
No, means you are permanently in US or only travel?
No, sir. I'm a pure play Mumbaikar.
Achha. So you love the processes.
I kind of find it interesting. I mean, I see, you can always find a flaw with processes, right? I mean, when these
I will
processes
tell
didn't
you one
exist,
thing.
sir, we always said that, hey, what, none of these exist in our country. Now when we're moving into that direction, we say that, hey, what, why are we moving into this direction?
I agree with you, but one thing I want to tell you is the smallest man, a poor man or a person like me, knows everything. Nobody is unaware of. Everybody knows where to stand in the line, which form to fill. Everybody is aware. India, as such, has become more educated as far as all these things are concerned. So things are on its way. Things will happen. India will change, and in couple of decades we shall be a developing country. No, no, sorry, developed country. Until then, we have to be see the rigmarole in politics, in Hindu Muslim, and all that crap that's going on in this country. How do you live in a country where your neighbor is a Muslim and I am a Hindu? We fight with each other. How? So this is a very bad thing that's happening in our country. Religion, religion. It is vote banks of policy. And I'm sure you are a Modi bhakt. I am related to Amit Shah. He's my second cousin. Okay. But having said this, things are bad, yeah. How do you lynching, ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है, क्या है? तुम फॉर्म ऑटोमेटेड कर दिया, अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है. पण ये लिंचिंग बंद करो ना. ये हिंदू मुस्लिम का मारामारी बंद करो. वो क्यों नहीं बात बोलते आप?
तो सर अमेरिका में क्या हो रहा है जो उन्होंने बोला था कि द ब्लैक
कम ऑन
लिस्ट
कम
आल्सो
ऑन
बी
कम ऑन
प्रोटेक्टेड,
नहीं नहीं
अमेरिका में
नहीं
भी तो
नहीं
यही हुआ
मैं
ना।
क्या बोलता हूँ, नहीं नहीं, बिकॉज अमेरिका ये कर रहा है अपने,
मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा कि अमेरिका कर रहा है, मैं कह रहा हूँ ये प्रॉब्लम इज नॉट अ स्टॉक मार्केट प्रॉब्लम।
नहीं तो फिर ये प्रोसेसेस का भी तो वो स्टॉक मार्केट का प्रॉब्लम नहीं था ना?
है क्योंकि उसमें रेवेन्यू है।
नहीं है, और पहले भी रेवेन्यू
आप
आता था।
अनअकाउंटेड इकोनॉमी को अकाउंटेड इकोनॉमी करोगे तो बहुत फर्क पड़ता है।
सर अभी वो थोड़ा बहुत हम बोल दिया तो क्या हो गया सर? अगर हम बोला कोई भी कंट्री ऊपर नहीं आ सकता है जब तक ये पॉलिटिक्स ठीक नहीं होगा, रिलीजन पे झगड़ा नहीं होगा। हर स्टेट में झगड़ा है, हर स्टेट में हिंदू मुस्लिम हिंदू मुस्लिम हिंदू मुस्लिम। क्या है? व्हाट? ऑन बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट्स वी डोंट केयर एंड वी आर वरीड अबाउट स्टॉक मार्केट। ये वैल्यूएशन, अरे काय का वैल्यूएशन? मेरा बस चले ना तो सबको जीरो, ये क्या तरीका है?
नहीं ये आपकी बात सही है, ये तो कोई डिनाई नहीं करेगा कि ये सब नहीं होना चाहिए, ये तो कोई बोलेगा ही नहीं कि कंट्री
नहीं
के अंदर।
लेकिन नहीं साफिर भाई, ये तो मेरे को डर नहीं लगता है तो मैं बोलता हूँ, कोई नहीं बोलता है ये बात, कोई स्पेस में नहीं बोलेगा कि काहे का तेजी। एंड बिलीव मी, दिस selling started of FIIs, relentless selling. Why? Are you aware of it? No,
Yes,
no.
I am aware and I will give you the answer. The relative selling in India is one of the lowest compared to the FII selling in the rest of the world. You should look at the selling figures in the rest of the world, and it is a function of net FII selling. So what I'm trying to say is that we
No,
are
no, no,
looking
no,
at a
no.
number because the country had not seen the number, but this number
नहीं
was
नहीं नहीं
equally,
नहीं
the number was way higher in China.
no
The
no.
and let me tell you 1 second, sir. Let me answer some parts. The SoftBank was on the verge of the largest margin call and would have gone bankrupt, but it was saved by the Chinese government that day because the Chinese government had changed the policy that day to cause the market to go up. Our country is not doing these kind of things. Our, at least the others are who are
नहीं,
doing
अपने
business
पास
with
में
the
उतना पैसा ही नहीं है, अपने पास में उतना पैसा
सब,
ही
लेकिन हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटरफेरेंस भी तो नहीं कर रहे ना, हमने तो नहीं क्वांटिटेटिव ईजिंग करी, हम तो नहीं ऑल ऑफ अ सडन हम वो ऐसी चीजें भी ठीक भी कर रहे हैं ना। अगर हमारी करेक्ट है, हम अगर हमारी कंट्री में रिलीजियस डिवाइड है गलत बात है, लेकिन हम जनरली आर इन द आईज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड पीस लविंग नेशन भी तो है ना, हम इन्वेट तो नहीं कर रहे ना, बाकी कंट्री तो इन्वेट कर रही है एक दूसरे को।
मैं इंडिया में रहता हूँ, मेरे लिए इंडिया ही सब कुछ है। मैं बोलता हूँ मेरे को ये कंट्री में रहने का शर्म आता है। फॉर 2 years I was the highest tax paying individual in India, पर मेरे को शर्म आता है इधर रहने को। वो बोलते हैं मुस्लिम है, अरे क्या मुस्लिम है? क्या फर्क है हिंदू मुस्लिम में? So my point is, we cannot have a stable environment, we will not have a stable Sensex. And foreigners, some of the foreigners are putting their foot down and selling because they don't agree with these policies of Indian government. There
And why
is
are they
no
selling in
other.
the rest of the world? Why are they selling in America? Why are they selling in China? Why are they selling in the rest of the world?
Can I correct you on the data? China obviously will see higher selling, and simply by virtue of the fact that China's weight in the index is about 4 times to 4.5 times India if you include China and Hong Kong together. So I think it's not fair to actually compare it that way. The second thing
No,
is
India's relative weightage in the entire index has
No,
gone up
no,
despite
no,
the
no,
selling.
no, no, no.
no,
India,
just a moment.
no.
Uh,
India's weightage has gone up.
China's market cap was $13 trillion. So definitely this selling will be more.
No, I'm just saying India's weight is a fourth. Yes, India, obviously, because it's outperformed, its weight went up. That's logical. But that doesn't mean that India was the one who saw the least amount of selling. In fact, India saw the second highest amount of selling in the last 4 to 5 months. First one was Taiwan, and the second one was India. And I'm just saying in the context of weight of the index. So this is data. It's an indisputable data.
China 13 trillion, US 64 trillion, we are 3.2 trillion. Now, what is what? Largest number of population, 135 crores, and market cap of 3.2. USA of population 38 crores, market cap 64.
Yeah, but sir, the same logic applied when the fund infusion also came, no?
Safir, why are you arguing, यार? कुछ तो एग्री करो हमारे से यार.
सर लॉयर्स का काम होता है ये.
No, but see, very honestly, this is my judgment, my pronouncement. जब तक हिंदू मुस्लिम का ठंडा नहीं होगा, स्टेबिलिटी नहीं होएगा, इंडिया में इन्वेस्टर आएगा नहीं. वो फोर्ड चला गया, होलसेम चला गया, और भी 3-4 कंपनी, तो कोई नहीं रहेगा सर. सब चले जाएंगे. वो छोटे छोटे रह जाएंगे. वो कोक रहेगा, पेप्सी रहेगा, क्योंकि उनको धंधा है. बाकी तो कोई नहीं आएगा.
Safir, I want to ask you a separate question. What is the government thinking in terms of? I mean, this is just purely your view, but I'm, intrigued by why, if the government is really after black money, why is it giving a leeway for gold and jewelry where they put the cap at 2 lakhs? It was reduced interim to 50,000, which is the same as mutual funds and cash deposits and insurance, and then they eventually raised it back to 2 lakhs, where you don't have to give your PAN card. Why did they do that?
No, I'm clueless. I don't know.
Yeah, because my view is that they have no intention to rein in black money. That's the reason why they did it. Why would you reduce it from 2 lakhs to 50,000 and then increase it back again to 2 lakhs?
No, and also I asked you a
Political
question.
pressure?
Doesn't matter.
Money supply. So it has gone up. The cash in circulation. How? It's much more by 10 lakh crores or something, 10-12 crores. कहाँ से आ गया इतना पैसा? कहाँ गया? Nobody knows. कौन बोलता है ब्लैक का पैसा नहीं होता है?
No, I think probably the major difference has been the fact that there used to be a gray economy earlier. Now with such a wide chasm, it's either a black economy or a white economy, and the choice is to be either on each of them. There is no gray economy anymore. So that's probably explaining why there's a lot more black, and the whole move towards cash has come back all over again. Classic example is how the Italian economy moved in, right? I mean, at some point when reforms went in, things moved. I mean, there was nothing in gray at all. There was either a black or a white, less of white and more of black. So that's probably where we are headed. But picking up another point, just answering what earlier speakers were talking about, the whole confidence building around larger companies coming back to India, etc. I mean, I meet a lot of startups here, both in the Silicon Valley as well as on the East Coast, where a lot of fintechs were looking at opportunities. Also meeting with a lot of banks. What I hear is that the bigger fear is of what a lot of large corporations went into at some point, maybe a decade ago or 2 decades ago in China, and then burned their fingers around losing their IP on a lot of products and losing having to having a administrative bagged black marketing of their original products, etc. And that's really the whole fear that they see in the way the markets are moving in India, and the way manufacturing is controlled. And there's a huge organizational force towards moving things there, which is also the reason why probably a lot of companies are rethinking on what their manufacturing strategy in India should be. But the opportunity here is that, going back, these same large organizations are now looking at India as a large services opportunity, with consideration of bringing in a lot of large global capability centers in India, large banks, large fintechs, large technology companies looking at setting up their global capability centers in India. Maybe that's also the push that the government's giving in right now, because that will also mean a lot many more jobs. Manufacturing is probably not our game, is what we figured maybe over the last couple of years.
No, Finder had pointed out this that many data centers and other things would be here. But the point is, they are not listed. Nothing will come. चलो भाई और कोई है?
Sharad ji, again, just taking through history on what you said earlier. India में Babri Masjid happened in 92. FIA started making their largest investments during a first BJP regime in 2000. During the 2000 bear market, they had upped their monthly investments from few hundred crores to few thousand crores, and I've been buying ever since then. So their reason to invest in India then had nothing to do with the Indian political scene, and so the selling that they are doing now also may not be related to that. It doesn't add up.
I said a part of it.
Now I want to answer you. I was just searching for my facts and I've taken it out because I was searching for the Goldman Sachs report to answer you on FIIs, since you had made this comment with the rest of the world. Actually, FII investment in India was the most positive in the entire Asia. And I'm reading from Goldman Sachs. Because you are counting FII selling in the secondary market and you're ignoring FII investment in primary market. Primary
That is
market
true.
net inflows were very high for the year 2021. For 2022, there's only been LIC and I think one issue.
Yeah.
Secondly, FIAs invested $58 billion into your private equity market when they were pulling out from your secondary market. So the net effect of FII is only a reclassification of their investment. It has gone into private equity and it's gone into primary markets.
I just want to,
this is a Goldman Sachs report.
No, this is very, very correct, Safir. Even today, I was having a discussion with someone on the derivative desk on the same thing, that we are only looking at the secondary data, and if you put IPO data, then it doesn't look that bad.
And private equity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can I just correct you guys over there? See, the way institutional investors work, you're right. They do look at primary and secondary, but bear in mind that private equity pools of money are very, very different from public market. The other important point you need to understand is, in any market in the world, when there is a lot of IPOs, you get a lot of money coming into that market. So the point is that you are not allocating. If you look at the last, let's take a longer time frame, right? Let's look at the last 3-4 years.
No, I have the whole report for 10 years. Apart
No,
from 2019 and 2020, FIs never put money in India then.
Sorry?
If you want to exclude 2020 and 19, FIs never put money in India. Then forget in 15, 16, 17, 18, they were continuously withdrawing money.
Exactly, and this is despite the fact that IPOs were happening even then. So
in fact, at that point of time, private equity investment is close to 1. That is only 1 billion. 1 to 13. That 13 became 58 in just a matter of 2 years.
So again,
and as far as startup money was concerned, it was 1 that became 40. It went up 40 times during this time.
Yeah, but again, you're mixing up. You can never.
Also, let me tell you, year to date, since I'm giving you year to date facts from Morgan Stanley. India's net infusion in 2021 of FI money year to date was $5.1 billion. In Korea, it was minus $24 billion. In Taiwan, it was minus $17 billion.
You're talking about 22 or 21?
22. 2021 sorry 22 का डेटा नहीं है ना अभी. इंडिया was 5.1 plus, Korea was minus 24 billion, Taiwan was minus 17 billion, Philippines was minus 1.8 billion, Thailand was minus 2.4 billion, Malaysia was minus 0.6 billion. Net Asia infusion was the only 0.1 billion, of which India got 5.1. There was
Okay,
ये सब है ना, ये सब बात
$38.5
useless
billion.
है.
are you referring to
ये
FY
सब बात एक
22?
For 21 ना, 22 का डेटा कैसे होगा? अभी तो इस साल चल रहा है ना.
Okay, so we are talking about 22, right? I talked about the last 5 months.
22 is only 3. Yeah, but that data I don't have now. I'm talking about Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs. I'll ask Goldman Sachs tomorrow to give the latest data. They print this in their reports continuously. I'll ask them tomorrow. I haven't seen the latest data. I'll brief you. I'll share the 22 data once I get it. But I don't know what is the private equity infusion and public market infusion in 22.
See, again, different pools of capital for private equity and public markets. Very different pools.
Yeah, but this is how the FI is mapped. This is a FI report for the last 10 years. This is how they map their flows all over the world. This report is not written by me. It's written by Goldman Sachs.
Safir, I don't want to mention who I am, but I've done a lot of stuff on this data. I belong to the industry. I pretty much know a lot of this. I would not mix up private equity and public markets. Very different kind of people. Very different. You cannot mix up the two.
I don't agree with you, and I'll give the rationale for it, because I'd given this as my view when I even commented on the market. It is the fact that the private equity market at that point of time created a lot of opportunities. Even investors like me put money in private equity. Then now what has happened is the private equity market has reached a tapering effect of overvaluation, and a lot of money started going down. That is why some of these new listings of new age companies bombed. When this situation happens of valuation, the market will have a reflow. I cannot say right now what is happening in terms of the FIs because I'm not an FI, but that is what the data of Goldman Sachs suggests. So let's see, because the data has to come out again. It will come out. I'll ask them tomorrow if the data has come out for this year, but if it hasn't, it will come out in June. Every 6 months it will come out. But let's see what the end of 2022 what the data looks like.
Fair point.
In fact, they do a benchmarking of India, which is the benchmark versus MSCI. In that benchmarking, Indian fund allocation actually went up as relative because the world lost more weightage. Not that they put money in. The rest of the world, they took out more money. India, in fact, here's the data. India's overweight position went up by 395 basis points because of a huge amount of money taken out in the rest of the
कितना
world.
होएगा FI affect finder?
No. 1 minute. 3. Are you sure about? See, I think you're referring to a very specific benchmark. There is no way that India's weight has gone up by 395 basis points.
It is. This is Morgan Stanley's report, which is based upon
अरे
data
यार,
collected from EPFR, FactSet,
एक
MSCI, Goldman Sachs,
hold on there.
Investment Research.
Safir. Let me just correct you. EPFR data is
I said 4 sources.
No.
I did not say
No.
EPFR. I said the report is quoting 4 sources.
Yes, I know that. EPFR data is garbage in, garbage out. And
anyway, the Goldman Sachs report says India's overweight has gone up by 395 basis points for 2021 relative to emerging markets because of huge outflow. And AEJ, I don't know what AEJ means. That has also gone up by 95 basis points. I don't know what AEJ means. That must be Japan, Asia
no.
Japan.
So then there is a total disconnect to that. You know why, Safir? I'll tell you why. Because Asia x Japan, India's weight in the index is about 20%. If you are saying an Asia x Japan is a subset of emerging markets. Now, within Asia x Japan, India's weight is higher because you have lesser number of countries. Okay? And by the way, within Asia x Japan, within emerging markets, the reason why India's weight went up a little bit is also because of Russia getting out. Now,
No, this is 2021 data. It does not include Russia.
Okay, fine.
India went up. India's weightage went up to 12.9. Relative weightage, relative increase. That is, it went up by 95 basis points because currency also got adjusted.
सर, मैं क्या बोलता हूँ, इतना आर्ग्यू मत करो यार, इस स्पेस डायलॉग नहीं करो.
हाँ, मैं एग्री कर रहा हूँ सर. मैं तो सिर्फ डेटा उनको
नहीं,
बता रहा हूँ.
आपको नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, दोनों को बोल रहा हूँ. ये कितने FIIs है रजिस्टर्ड FIIs? 10,000, 20,000, 1 लाख फैक्ट फाइंडर अप्रोक्सीमेटली?
I have no idea.
10-20 10-20 हजार होंगे.
Possible. I don't know.
पॉसिबल. तो अभी 10,000 आदमी लोग में कौन लेता है कौन बेचता है काय को मगजमारी करने का. वी आर टेकिंग FI डाटा. अरे बट FI डाटा में 10,000 लोग है. कौन लेता है कौन बेचता है किसको मालूम है. तो जस्ट अपने एक नंबर FI लिया FI बेचा. और एक दूसरा बात बोलता हूँ. ये जो फ्यूचर्स एंड ऑप्शन का फिगर आता है ना कि ये FI ने इंडेक्स बेचा ऑप्शन लिया. खाली नरीमन पॉइंट और BKC में से सौदा होता है. दैट्स फॉर श्योर. और कुछ नहीं है. कौन सा FI फ्री बैठा है कि पूरा टाइम ऑप्शन बेचता है लेता है बेचता है बेचता है. बात है FI में ये क्या बोलता है एक कुमार मंगलम का सिंगापुर में से ऑपरेशन होता है. उसका भी FI में आता है. विप्रो का ऑपरेशन होता है वो भी FI में आता है. तो कोई मतलब का नहीं है FI बाजार. खाली देखो बाजार घटा की बढ़ा. आज बाजार नीचे आया. फिगर देखो ही मत ना. वो तो तकलीफ होता है. So I think whether they are buying or selling, the movement of the market is important. And all in all, they own 55 trillion worth of stocks. All 50 trillion worth of stocks. FIS. तो वो बेचेगा लेगा करेगा.
वही तो सर हम कह रहे हैं आपके साथ और मैं और से एक ही चीज कह रहे हैं. आज आप कह रहे हो मार्केट घटा लेकिन आज स्मॉल कैप इंडेक्स 0.62% बढ़ा. वही तो मैंने तो ट्वीट करा हुआ है कि मैं तो लार्ज कैप बेच रहा हूँ लास्ट कितने दिनों से.
आज तो आप
मैं भी आपकी बात ही बोल रहा हूँ कि लार्ज कैप बेच रहा हूँ स्मॉल कैप मिड कैप ले रहा हूँ. ये तो मैंने भी बोला है.
नहीं लेकिन सुनो ना. हेलो. आप प्रॉफिट में भाग रख लो थोड़ा हमारा. Okay, anyway. Anybody else wants to speak or give an opinion?
नहीं सर अभी कोई नहीं है.
तो गुड नाइट करे.
यस सर गुड नाइट. अभिषेक
नहीं अगर किसी को बोलना है तो बोलो. और 10 मिनट है. आप बोलो पूजा टेक. नहीं. ओके चल.
अभिषेक
वो सो गया लगता है.
ठीक है सर. विल लीव दिस स्पेस.
ठीक है.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you everybody.